Socal back onto the stage to announce our keynote speaker.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So let's kick off the formal mentorship inspiration with our keynote speech by Mr. Zhang Shen. And you can see here, Zhang Shen is quite different a little bit from our previous keynote. A lot of us will start from the STEM background, but we feel like for Mr. Zhang Shen, he shared the same inspiration value that all the people who are successful professionals they're doing. And so today we have Mr. Zhang Shen to give a talk, embrace the best American offers. And Mr. Shen is an innovative parallel entrepreneur. Under his belt, he has built a business with 3 entities. All of them actually run very well, as you can see later in his speech. We talked with John a while ago about what LEAP is doing, and he's really shared our values. He actually supported very generously our summer academy program at Caltech, and to help to inspire the future generations of STEM leaders, and then to advance their career. So today, he'll bring a little bit different perspective that all of us will share. So without overdue, let's join me, welcome Ms. Zhang Shen to give a keynote speech. Please. Thank you so much. Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Ho. Good morning. Thank you all for being here early and join me to kick off this amazing conference. I'm Zhang Shen, a business owner, an entrepreneur, and the author of the book, Crossing the Swamp. Like many of you, I was born and raised in China, and I came here back in 1993, 30 years ago, as a graduate student. So when I first arrived here, I spoke pretty bad English. I knew almost nothing about American culture. I was extremely shy and timid, reluctant to make new friends. And I only wanted to talk to my Chinese friends, of course, in Mandarin. Does that sound familiar? Well, if this is close to where you are at, the bad news is you will be in trouble in the next 5, 6, 7 years. And why? Because I struggled myself big time. And I watched so many people in the same situation struggle over the years. I struggled when I was arrived at Duke University. I learned a little bit how to survive tests and exams when I was in China. And I thought that was good enough. But it turned out that it was not enough to survive Duke. And I think it's going to get even tougher here at Caltech, at UCLA, USC, and maybe other top universities. So I had to push myself so hard to get graduated. And then finally, I did that. And then I started another big fight. I was in trouble finding my first job. I recall I wanted my first job so badly that I started the job hunting process even a year before I graduated. But after a couple months I graduated from Duke, I still couldn't find my job. And that was probably because I knew almost nobody working outside the university I was studying at. So I was extremely short in the resources. I had to learn everything, and that was a very tough process. And then finally, I gave up. Just a couple hours before I was supposed to purchase a ticket and fly back to China permanently, I received my first job offer. And trust me, miracle happens sometimes. And then I struggled again, surviving my job. I had to learn so much to do my first job. And I cried. I had to change my job after maybe 6 months. And I got my second job. Again, I struggled. I had a hard time handling my second job. As you can see, I run myself into one trouble after another. During those years, it felt like I was almost like in jail. I didn't feel comfortable. It was tough. After so many years, when I look back, I often ask myself, what did I do wrong back then? If there was something I could possibly change to make my life easier, what would that be? Do you have an answer? My answer is this. I should have asked two basic questions when I first got here. First, what's the best that America offers? And secondly, how can I take advantage of that? Ladies and gentlemen, what's the best that the American offers? As you all know, America is such a diverse tapestry of ideas, opportunities, lifestyles. As you all know, America is such a melting pot for over 300 million people, representing so many different cultures. As you know, America is such a country that clearly leads the world in science and technology, among many other things. All of these things are great, but none of them seems to be able to make an immediate impact in your life. So what exactly is the very essence of what makes America so great and that can also help you, so to speak? What is that? It's American dream. It's your American dream. American dream is not just a simple catchphrase. American dream is the belief that regardless of your background and your circumstances, through hard work and determination, anyone can achieve their goals and make their life better for themselves and for their families. And you can trace all the way back to the Pilgrims taking the Mayflower to come to America back in 1620. You can trace back to the group of people sitting together and signing the Declaration of Independence back in 1776. And fast forward today, you can still see so many people flooding into America, legally or illegally, chasing their American dreams. So the American dream is the driving force that has shaped the history of this nation. After a couple of decades, I realized that. And when that happened to me, it changed my life. Now, back to the second question. How can you take advantage of that? My suggestion is, let's forget what happened in the past. Let's forget where you're coming from. Please treat yourself as a newborn baby. Stay curious and positive and keep learning every day. That will change your life gradually. By the way, I'm still doing that myself right now. For example, I'm still learning English. Anytime I see an English word that I haven't seen in the past, I would probably do a quick check on my cell phone, find the pronunciation, the meaning, practice quite a few times, and try to find a scenario to use it. And I do that 2 or 3 times a day. And you can do the same. If you do that, your life will be totally different. So Crossing Swamp is a book that I write my life stories and business advice for entrepreneurs at all levels. And I hope the book can inspire people who are waiting to learn from my failures and success in America. And I certainly hope the book can help you build your life, regardless of what you do and how you do it. By the way, I'll be signing the book next door after this. And I guarantee I can give you a free copy of that if you stop by later. So in closing my speech, I urge you to reflect on the incredible opportunity that America offers to enrich your life and make your American journey special. Please embrace your American dream and dare to leap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, John. If you stay on the stage, we have a gift for you.
Thank you, Mr. Jane, for this very inspiring speech. So if you have a few minutes, I'd like to give the opportunity to our audience to ask 1 or 2 questions. So if you like, please raise your hand and stand up and quickly introduce yourself and ask questions briefly. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the inspiring speech. I was wondering what triggers you for opening your first company?
Because I had a boring job. I worked in the pharmaceutical industry for about 8 years. But at the end, I decided to give up. I decided to start my own business. It was a tough process because there was about a year that I had to work full-time for my job But in the meantime, I had to handle the growth of my company. I think for most entrepreneurs is the burning desire to develop something that you like with your ideas, whether you have a product or maybe a special service or maybe a special business model. You gotta be focused on that. So eventually, most of us decide to jump into it. But usually it's not easy, it's not a quick decision. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
So do we have time to take another question? Okay, great. Okay, and Dr. Justin, one.
One is very encouraging story sharing. So I'm humbled to ask a question. What's your next chapter?
I'm not 100% sure at this point, but as an entrepreneur, I'll continue to build more businesses, that's for sure. It's an interesting thing that once you're on track, become an entrepreneur, you basically dedicate the rest of your life to that, and you don't want to stop. And I mentioned a new term in this book, parallel entrepreneurship. Unlike serious entrepreneurs, parallel entrepreneurs launch and manage multiple businesses simultaneously. And when you do that, you enjoy every piece of that. And that's the case for me. So I will continue to drive my business, hopefully innovate my business more as we move forward. Thank you.
Those are great questions and great answers. Do we have time for one more question? Okay, so I guess we'll give to back. You pick. Okay.
So that's a great speech. And I just saw on the screen, so there's a sentence, I can't remember what it is. Let's say if you think long, on the long run, the long term. So how would you suggest young people like me, who is maybe still in university, still in school, and trying to find a job, and trying to make a living here, and how would you suggest young people like me to think in the long term, or to graduate automatically?
Well, this is an interesting question. So I'm glad you brought this up. I'm a big fan of long-term planning, long-term goals. I think long-termism is probably the best thing in the world, no matter what you do. The logic to me is this. There are many different opportunities in this world. There are short-term opportunities and there are long-term opportunities. The true difference between the short-term opportunities and the long-term opportunities is that the risk levels for those short-term opportunities are always high, much higher. And the risk level for the long-term opportunities are typically pretty low. Now, if you chase the long-term opportunities, you don't have to take a lot of risk. And sometimes you're almost certain to succeed at the end. But if you only focus on the short-term opportunities, you will fail. You will fail here or there, sooner or later, because the risk that you're taking is too high. So whether you run a business, or building your career, or making an investment, my advice is focus on your long-term goals. I hope that makes sense to you.
Okay, so actually from this very short keynote and also question and answer, I have seen a lot of similarities between what Mr. Shen is doing and what we're doing here at NASA. So you're talking about serial entry number, and then you're talking about the parallel,
Yes.
right? And so this really sometimes people think about the multitasking very hard because you're not going to do everything very well. But there's an internal connection synergies among all of the different parallel tasks if you can handle them very well. So that's exactly happened in our business. And so as a token of appreciation, I'd like to present Ms. Shen a small gift. I'm sure even Ms. Shen is billionaire, and I don't think he can buy this from anywhere.
No, I'm not a billionaire.
Okay.
Sorry.
So here is, first of all, this one is, you can see a small school bag is here, is Apollo 2, and with a famous saying from Neil Armstrong, the first person landed on the surface of the moon.
Oh.
That's one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind. And inside the goodie bags, there's more. All related to leap.
All right.
So we have questions, right? And Dr. Wang just mentioned what's the next step. It doesn't matter which will be, but I hope it's going to be next giant leap.
Okay, you're great. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to spend time today with every one of you. It's a great honor to be a speaker here. This is my first time, but I fell in love real quick with everybody here, and hopefully, I could create more values for you as we move forward. Thank you.
That's definitely. This Jim already, as he mentioned, it's like a 40 copy, they donated 40 copies, this best-selling book, and he's going to sign and after this speech. So, and the last gift we have here is a t-shirt. So it's not just one t-shirt. This actually, it was a t-shirt, and for this upcoming NASA mission called the Mars Sample Return MSR. The reasons I give this to Ms. Shen is because I'm part of the team. And so this mission is meant to bring a sample that collected by Mars rover Perseverance back to Earth and then analyze it in the lab so that I can have better understanding about where life is originated on Mars. And another part here is very important because this mission, just like it's not like Mars Curiosity rover mission, it's really a combination of a lot of different things and need to be done in the same time. So we have Mars Fetch Rover, we have a helicopter, and then we have Mars Ascent Vehicle, which is a rocket, and then we have entry modules. And you can see for this mission here, that is depicted in this t-shirt here. A lot of different, so involved with a lot of people, and from different countries, from different backgrounds, and we have to handle all these different things at the same time. And you can see a lot of business in NASA is really the risk taker. So I fully read with you about how can we reduce, how to optimize the risk management. Instead of focusing on short-term pain, we're trying to set our view in long-term so that we reduce the risk. And eventually, we're able to accomplish something we don't normally accomplish, like a moonshot. So this, I'd like to present to Ms. Shen. It's not high quality, but it's very special.
Special, it's high quality.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, you'll have this and inspire your own inspiration in entrepreneurship. We all work together to make the world a better place in America, in China, to the whole world. Thank you.
So now maybe we can understand where the name LEAP comes from. One small step for mankind, or one small step for man, a giant leap for mankind. Next, I'm very excited to announce our first panel for today, Making a Successful Career Via Different Pathways. We have some great speakers on this panel. I'm very excited for you to get to know them. And our moderator for this panel is the distinguished Ruby Liao, who's been working with us for a very long time here at LEAP. She is the Operations Director at Cyberse, and I'm very excited to be the one to announce her.
Good morning, everyone. So, could we have our esteemed speakers, please, sit up in the front, please? Okay. All right. So, as you guys can see, we have 5 esteemed speakers for today. This is how I'm going to structure panel 1. So, the first segment, I'm going to ask our esteemed speakers to introduce a little bit about yourselves and what you do is so cool every day in your job. And then the second segment, I'm going to ask a series of questions so that you can better understand about the content of this panel, making a successful career via different pathways. And then the third segment, which is the most important, will be Q&A to the audience, because this today is for you. So I want you to ask the questions you want so you can get the most out of it. Sounds good? All right, let's get it started. So my name is Ruby Liao. I'm going to start with a brief introduction. I'm currently Operations Director at Cyberse, which is a cybersecurity firm. I came from a consulting and a banking background, namely in risk management. So perfect segue based on what you just said. Professor Xie Chen, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone. My name is Xie Chen. I am a faculty here at Caltech in physics. So my research is in finance time theory, which means that I do calculations, this kind of number. And I teach in actually exactly this room, in Berkeley. So welcome to Caltech and it's good to see you.
Thank you, Dr. Chen.
So next. Hi, I'm Barrett. I am a gameplay programmer at First Contact Entertainment. I've worked in video games for about 8 years now. We just released our game Firewall Ultra for the PSVR2 about a month ago, so I'm ready to play it. But yeah, it's good to be here, and hopefully this is a valuable experience for everybody.
I'm Doug Schaefer. I'm the Senior Director at Dell, responsible for about 150 engineers where we're doing the cloud platform. Prior to that, I founded a company in 2009 with 2 others, which we sold to Dell in 2018. That's how I ended up at Dell. Prior to that, I ran engineering for Data Direct Networks, which provided supercomputing storage for 60 of the top 100 supercomputers in the world. Prior to that, I was in a TCP/IP test equipment startup that we ran from VP engineering for all hardware and core software, and we took it from under 100 people to public in a multi-billion-dollar valuation. Prior to that, I was a student here where I came in planning on studying physics, but it was really hard.
Hi everyone, I'm Jia Chen, and as you can tell, shown here, I'm a manager at the California Air Resources Board. It's a state agency overseeing all the air quality and climate change control efforts in California. And particularly in my team, we do research, data analysis, and inform policies. Many of the first of these kind of policies, like in 2035, California doesn't allow sales for internal combustion engines. I was part of the team. So like it or don't like it, we're really changing the world, at least in California. This session talk about like parallel entrepreneurship. So in my case, I have some side jobs as well. I was teaching part-time as a lecturer at the University of Southern California, the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. And actually starting last January, I'm going to start a new chapter of my career, joining USC as a full-time planning track assistant professor. So that'll be a big change for me. And I also want to add that I'm also a leaper, so I've been attending LEAP events for 9 years, learn of the previous speakers, including Doug, Ruby, and many of you. So I'm very excited to be back and deep dive and share what I can share now as a manager and just everything. So really excited. Nice to meet you all. Pasadena.
For the invitation. So my name is Daniel. I'm the Senior Vice President of Data Analytics and Business Intelligence at Wall. We are a e-commerce retailer specialized in women's fashion. With roughly about $1 billion in net sales last year. So my role specifically are involving with data science to make predictive analytics for the company projects forward, as well as try to make or discover actionable insights to discover what the problems are and what the opportunities are. So I'd love to be here. I also have a side Socal business, but it's a non-profit as well, Chinese Innovation Network. Very similar roles, mainly based in Boston. And we appreciate Leap and Dr. Hassan doing it, and that's why I'm here to share my past experience and past forward.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So as you guys can tell, we have experts from various industries. I recommend for the next 40 minutes or so, jot down notes, questions you want to definitely pick their brains, okay? All right, I'm going to start with a series of questions. The first question is, how did you choose your current career field? Was there a dominant reason as to why you, was there a dominant reason that helped you during the decision-making process that landed you where you are today? So, Dr. Chen, would you like to?
Yes, for sure. So I have stayed in academia after graduation, after I did my PhD, and after postdoc, and then started my faculty position. So I kind of always stayed within the school system. Although at the beginning of my graduate student years, it was not clear to me that this is the path I'm going to take. I was wondering what I'm going to do after graduation, so I was trying different things, going to job fairs, that's all. And I guess at some point, I remember vividly going to a job fair and find some of the interview questions and realize that this is not for me, that I'm so much into research already that the mindset is different, the whole style is different, that I would prefer to be in a more academic environment where I don't have to work super everything. And it's less formal, but I have more freedom to do what I want to do. So I guess at that point, maybe I would say third or fourth year in my graduate school, so I know that this is what I'm going to do for my life, whatever what's out there.
Okay. For me, it was pretty simple. I like video games, so I tried to find a career that was going to help me sort of work in that industry. I'm terrible at art, so I figured the next best thing would be programming. After going to school for it at USC, I felt like
I found a neat job where I could do that. But pretty soon, we got to the point where the job, it needed software to do things right. You know, we all play with software from time to time, right? So, I got more serious about it. And later, that turned into solving a real problem at INSEAD, the network test equipment company, by finding that the hardware engineers were talking to software engineers. And then when it came time for me to look at an opportunity to start a company, software companies are a lot cheaper to start than hardware companies. So in my view, the common thread is that interesting and fun challenges can be found almost anywhere. And you should not feel bad about, oh, do I pick this or do I pick that? You're gathering opportunities. And if you go into any career where you can find something that where your hard work and care will distinguish you, and that's recognized, there's something interesting. You will find purpose and interest in that. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much on what you choose at first. you can change that and you can make it a success. So you don't narrow your opportunities too much in your choices, in my opinion.
That's really well said, Doc. I resonate with you a lot. Starting from, so I also went to the School of Physics for undergraduates at Peak University. And I found it so hard, and everybody else was so much smarter than me. So then, in my third year, I chose atmospheric sciences within the School of Physics as my major. And that's when I started to feel like I could draw a connection between what I learned at school versus like the real world, like real world impacts, air pollution, climate change, these pressing issues. And I felt that I want to do something that's slightly more practical and more relatable to my daily life. So I think that's why I chose my major and then an undergraduate research, and then came here for a PhD in environmental engineering with the goal of solving some of the pressing problems with the environment. So I think to me, it's important for me to feel that I'm doing something for a particular purpose, and every step I'm doing can contribute to that. But I also agree with you that a lot of time my career was not planned at all. Like going to CARB was when, so there was a period of time where I just had a baby, I was doing a postdoc, somebody just told me that they were hiring, and sent my resume to the connection that I had at CARB, and they, I interviewed, but I didn't have much hope because I just started to do my postdoc. I feel I was not ready with my baby at home. So a lot of this was not planned, but then when opportunities came, I think we all should at least give it a try and see how that will lead you to. And I'm so grateful that I took the job at CARB. And now, with the new opportunity at USC, it's going to be a new challenge. But I think if I'm not going to try this, I will regret in the rest of my life. So I'm going to just try it and try my best and hope for the best as well.
Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of actually similarities between the speakers. I started off with a computer science background, programming and working for US Navy on weaponry development, simulation modeling for about a year. And then I discovered, first of all, it's not something I wanted to do. You can share what you did at work, first of all, right? And the second thing is, we don't see any real life impact at the end of this work, I guess, in mankind. So I switched my grad school from computer science into operational research, and then I decided to use my passion for math, passion for simulation modeling, and try to do something concrete, something tangible, right, for the world. So after grad school, I ended my job at a company called a small business marketing material, probably about a business card at one point. And then I started my business intelligence engineer, which I can leverage a little bit of my background in math and SQLs and database, and also kind of make some of a real impact on figure out the academic side of the business. And from there, it's kind of more of a progression through the big companies like Wayfair, and then now I evolve. So I think the key thing is really don't worry too much about what your first job is, what your major is. Throughout the time, you find your passion, you might pivot your industry, you might pivot your career. So I think to me, I think finding that perfect, crossroad where you can use analytics, data science, mathematics, and can really make an impact on the final business outcome to see where the revenue growth is, where the cost saving, cost reduction could be at, and also with artificial intelligence, generative AI, there's a whole visual out there that is available for you to explore. So that's where, I guess where I sit.
Thanks, Henry. So if I could summarize, basically, right, may it be pursuing personal passions identified at a young age, or engaging in trial by error based on personal interests, right, or solving business problems, right? You all kind of benefited, right, from decisions that you've made along the way. There's never, basically where you started at first definitely changed by where you are now. So then my second question is, given this current time of uncertainty, right, we have skyrocketed inflation rates, we have AI, ChatGPT, all that. Based on what you see in your field, what career choices would you recommend the audience to look into? Or maybe what direction that you think is going to be the next buzzword? So it doesn't have to go by order. Anybody can just jump in. If you already know the answer, like that.
I'm gonna start, we got some pretty strong.
Yeah, your AI was pretty strong.
So I can see over the, obviously last year is probably the starting point where Gen AI is becoming, a sort of like a career change moment for a lot of people. I think we start off with data science, machine learning, and data analytics. Arguably, you could say that more than 50% of work can be replaced. There's a lot of tool sets out there, text to SQL, there's a whole pilot, if you're in the programming world, I'm sure some of the SQL, all these are familiar with. So there's definitely ways for you to bridge the gap between the bottom 100 percentile to the maybe 80 percentile folks that you can bridge your gap very quickly. Now, for the top 20 percentile of engineer or analyst or data scientist, you can really augment your skill. You can really kind of drag or maybe push yourself, prepare yourself forward so much by knowing how to use generative AI, by knowing how to increase your productivity tenfold, fivefold, using those technologies out there. So I think it's kind of leveling the playing field for, I wouldn't say mediocre, but for the average programmer and data scientist. But for the best of the best, if you know how to use it, it can really make a huge difference in your productivity. It's not just twice or 300 much. You can get something done so much quicker. So I think this is a very interesting field in the data analytics world. And I'm love to hear what others have to say, but yeah, I'm a strong believer of generative AI.
Okay. I have a pretty narrow view of sort of the general job industry. I'm working in video games is it's like a hole inside of another hole. But at least in terms of the video games industry, I think that VR is a pretty strong way to go. There's a lot of, everywhere that I see, there's like another company popping up that's like trying to use VR or like trying to work it into their like new game, or like even like bigger companies are using VR to sort of simulate real world incidents or simulating how to handle like real world situations. So I think that that's definitely one way to go.
Yeah, I guess just arguing with the past speakers, I also think that we should embrace AI as a tool. And it's kind of challenging for me now that I'm gonna be like a full-time professor, thinking about how should I incorporate that in my classroom. Should I encourage my students to work with AI in their ISIS or not? And my thinking so far is that I would encourage them to use it, but make sure they indicate that which part is generated by AI and to examine the results and not just copy-paste what ChatGPT tells them. And then with coding is the same thing. I think in our agency we also have this heated discussion regarding to what extent we use AI. There's also privacy concern. Like if we post it to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT owns that and will potentially steal some of the confidential information, and as a government agency we need to be very cautious. So that's my thinking about AI so far. I think it's a tool that we should use it with caution. And then regarding my particular field, environmental engineering, which is air pollution and climate change in general, I think it's a very hot topic. We have a lot of openings, not only in my agencies, but also at consulting firms, etc. So if you're a student majoring in environmental sciences or engineering, I think air pollution, climate change are definitely the topics you should think about if you get a job in this career and make some positive impact to society.
So, generative AI, how many of y'all have played with ChatGPT? Okay, how many of you have played with Google Bard? Very few. Well, the others, you're not missing out on anything. They've got ways to go. I found, and obviously with, a team of software engineers, we're very concerned with that. When this came out, when we first started playing with it, we said, oh my gosh, it feels like we're going to adapt or we're going to fall behind. And with the work and research we've done so far with the state of the art, there's a certain level of coding where above that it hits the wall. It just goes absolute, hits a knee, goes nonlinear, the mistakes keep multiplying. And we know that will move up. We don't know how quickly that will move up. However, and this is the big important point, anybody that's hesitating on getting into software development, in my opinion, you shouldn't hesitate. Because the demand for software, the demand for automation is limited only by the cost. And this will reduce the cost and multiply the efficiency of the engineers. So I think the demand for software engineering will actually increase as a result of this. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Make sure you're good at prompt engineering. It's just good for your personal life. It makes everything easier. And then one other thought that was kind of a side point is, what do we do in these uncertain times, right? And my son brought up something interesting. My youngest son works in writing the infrastructure for a private gold reserve. And he said, I got into this just happenstance because they offered me an internship years ago. But he said, right now, it's really good because I'm in a company where when the economy slows down, our business goes way up because gold becomes, what people flee to. And he said, so my job is very secure right now. But if the economy improves, then I have a lot of other job opportunities, even if my company slows down. So it's something to think of, is what operates contra to the speed of the economy when you're trying to choose companies. There are a few that you can find that do that. And I hadn't thought about it before my son brought it up. It means you always have job opportunity if you find one.
Yeah, I think those are all really good points, and I just want to say that this is indeed a time where things are changing very quickly. And one thing I've learned is over the years is that, and I think it's represented and echoed by the experience of on the other panelists, is that don't hesitate to make a change if you feel that a change is necessary. So I meet a lot of students and I talk to them, and a common question I get is whether I should stay in the field because I've done so much and I've already learned so much, but if I want to change into a different field, it takes effort to learn again and to meet people again. And I always say, make the change, because when you're feeling that, either because you feel that it's a better opportunity for you, or maybe something just happened in the field that opens up opportunities. So sticking with something just because you have been doing it, I don't think it's a good enough reason. So I would always encourage anyone to make a change, whether you're in your 20s or 30s or 40s, or even people in their 50s and 60s. People take opportunities all the time. The second thing I want to say is, on the other hand, don't make a change just because it's a buzzword, just because other people are doing it. I hope that the change is from more internal urge, whether you feel like, oh, I have something I want to do, I have something I want to say, and I see an opportunity that I can bring a difference to the field. So that way you can make an opening by yourself, not just following what other people are doing. That way you just, because buzzwords come, bubbles come, and then it bursts. We see opportunities come, and then 5-10 years later, the technology will run its course, and then go into bottleneck, and then we wait for the next turn. So whether we can catch the wave and go to the next level, or go down with the wave, that's the difference.
Thank you. So the first two questions focus on individual contributors, right? How to pick a certain field, what to get into. The next two questions will focus on the next stage of your career, right? how to turn from individual contributor to leaders. So I know, Daniel, you mentioned earlier about managerial skills, right? So this question, I'll probably have you start off. How can we encourage individual contributors to pursue leadership positions and increase their representation in decision-making roles early in their career? How do we lay the foundation so that we can kind of lead a team eventually and climb up the corporate ladder?
So I think there's probably a two-part answer to that. Very interesting question. I think this is probably definitely worth asking. Once you hit a certain level at IC and then try to move your career ladder and try to have a larger impact. I think the key difference between a manager or leader with individual contributor is a lot of work you do might be similar, but your team success is going to be your success by what's your manager. So keeping that in mind, the first thing you want to kind of take that lead, take that step, is to make sure whatever you do, even at the contributor level, try to see how you can elevate your team's productivity. How do you multiply the impact, to the team? You may be doing a lot of similar work, but is there things you can take on, helping others out, take on management roles, participate in the discussion that enables the team to move much faster, right? To remove the roadblock, increase efficiency. So you can do all of that, even though you might not say explicitly your job title. Okay, you're supposed to do that, you're supposed to do that. Even the software engineer and also the data science, BI, data analytics world, there's typically there are people who like sprints, like sprint planning or a little bit the Scrum based approach. Try to take up some of those process improvements, and if there's anything they can do to say, hey, I identified this roadblock or maybe this inefficiency in can help projects, which I think I can do to make recommendations on how the team might be able to better create the sprint meetings or better to come up with sort of identifying the slowness in this process. Right? That's the I guess answer number one. Number two is sometimes you want to really find the next step, maybe within the organization and also outside the organization. And without that, it's really explicitly stated, I guess the manager title, sometimes it's hard to take that first lead. Even if you have those opportunities, you can see that he or she might not, might take it for granted or might not actually appreciate it. It's okay to find elsewhere to look for other roles. Now the challenge here is without a manager title or maybe a associate manager title, it's kind of hard to make that initial lead. So I want to take my own personal experience to kind of maybe offer some insights to you guys. So like what Dr. Ho was doing, I also have my own nonprofit for over time. So while I interviewed for Wechat's and Red's manager role, which I think is started with like 2-3 people, essentially I found out that I had about 20. So taking that first lead is hard because you don't have that credential, right, to really convince them that you have that capacity and capability to do it. But through this nonprofit, the leadership or I guess mentorship program that actually you're able to kind of showcase that not only you're able to do your job well as a leadership consider, but you take the time and lead to 20 people on this career development event, or maybe organize this 200 people I guess C event, right? So you can showcase that you're leading 10, 15 different volunteers to get the job done. That is can complement what you already have on the resume. So if you're part of the lead, it's kind of doing a soft ad for Dr. Hub, taking that volunteer role and be able to ascend to the leadership role and also help mentor other volunteers, that can be a important, resume strengthening tool that you can add onto your credentials. So that's my personal experience.
Yeah, I totally agree with Danny's 2 points. And just to add on that, the first point, I always also believe that you don't have to be a manager to be a leader, right? And then Doc also brought another point before that if you want to get a promotion, do the things that are level higher than you, and then you will get a promotion. And now as a manager myself, I always encourage my staff to own their projects. I always tell them that you're the lead of this project, and I'm going to do everything I do to support you, help you make connections, help you planning for this, asking any questions you have. But ultimately, that you're the leader of this project. You will be accountable for its success. Of course, I won't step away from this, But I just want them to understand that even as an individual contributor, they're leading their own projects and coordinating with different stakeholders, so they can still play a leadership role. And I also do student conference center plans trainings related to leadership or project management, and also encourage them to seek mentors within the agency. So I personally found that was really helpful for me. Because we're an agency of 1,800 employees, like 15 divisions probably. So I think it's important for anyone who's taking this role to see the big picture, not only our technical work, or our particularly our particular area of work. So that's what I encourage them to do, and to take leadership roles even when they're not a manager. And then the second point, opportunities beyond your workplace. I think that was also very important, and I can share a bit more about my experience. Even when I was interviewing for the engineer position, which is a role for individual contributor, at the last round of interview, or actually there were 3 rounds of interviews, and the second and the third rounds of interviews were mostly about my extracurricular activities, volunteer experiences, service experiences at Pasadena, non-profit, and then I believe CSAC. So CSAC is short for Chinese American Association of Engineers and Scientists. So I would encourage you to also contact me if you're interested in volunteer and take leadership roles in that organization. So LEAP and CSAC and just all of these nonprofit organizations, they're a way to kind of really boost up your resume and demonstrate your experience volunteering and leading different teams. And beyond that, I myself really feel fulfilled when I feel that what I'm doing is helping others. So not just to build out my resume, I think during this experience, it's a way to see how I want to mentor people, help people, and manage the team, and find my true passion in mentorship, and now switch into a career which will focus more heavily on mentoring PhD students. Yeah, that's it too. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, first off, it's been an absolute pleasure being in the LEAP book reading club every week with Judge Chen, Chao Shuhong, and others, and Dr. He, of course, because we've been able to, among other things, watch Judge Chen's career. And she goes, I'm getting into this, and she tells us her strategy, and it's just been a pleasure. If you want a first-class mentor that can really think through clever ways of doing things, she's the one. But I will say that just back to the topic at hand, Daniel nailed it with give yourself a promotion. If it's interesting, it's a series of problems. And quite often you go, I need my manager to do this, I need that. You have to ask yourself, can you do it? Can you go to another group and say, hey, can you help me understand why this is blocking us? And my nights and weekends are yours. Let me help you do that thing. Doesn't matter if it's not my role, I will do it. If you get things done by being pleasant and helpful, you've given yourself a promotion. And usually the recognition and position will follow. And if it doesn't, sometimes, especially with big companies, it's not a bad thing to move every 3 to 5 years. That's often the biggest jump you're going to get in salary position. Now, the second point, which Judge Chen made, was it's wonderful if you find a leader like her who will lead from behind. Will take somebody who's new to something and say, you are the lead for this. And she watches over it and makes sure things are done. That's part of a formal program within my work at Dell, which we call Lead from Behind, where we take people just past the intern stage and we put them in charge of more complex things and give them a team that are watching over them. And then they grow their skills and expertise very quickly as a result. So that's something you can ask about in your job if you are looking for more opportunities. Okay, that was it.
Very much. You guys get so much insight. I want to emphasize how important it is to just have a lot of face time with your bosses and your mentors, and just really spend a lot of time networking with them, talking to them, just establishing yourself sort of like in their memory as someone who is a critical thinker, someone who's a hard worker, someone who's like looking to get to those like next steps in their career. It's that they remember you as like someone who is hardworking and like is a strong thinker. I think that that's the first person that they think of when there's talks going around like this like other meetings that not part of about like who to promote and like what role. So
Yeah, after all these great points, I don't think I need to say anymore. I just want to share some personal thoughts and feelings about leadership. Because when I was growing up, I was considered by everybody around me, and I think of myself as someone who's least like a leader. And, I like to follow the rules. I'm usually not the one that's going outside of the framework, the rules of the classroom. And I didn't really have a big opinion on some of things. And that was kind of what I was told growing up. So I had this picture of a leader who has to go in front of an audience and speak and inspire everybody and dealing out the tasks. I don't see myself in that role at all. And I never imagined that that word would apply to me. Although nowadays, I feel like now being in academia for so long, although I'm not a big manager managing 100 people, but I feel like I am in sort of leadership position within my field. So that I feel like it's a different sort of leadership, but I have my expertise, and I kind of leading certain topics, certain research directions. When I go to a conference, I can talk to them and tell people, this is how I see the field, this is how I think things should be done. Some other ways are not the right way to go. And if I can see myself as a leader, I do think that everybody can, because we all have some inner insight and drive to, in really some just like niche area, theoretical physics, into this world that we can share with an audience, and we can share with a group of people, and we can share with confidence and with insight, and as we. So.
Thank you very much for the insights. So I'm going to open up to the floor. I'm sure you guys have tons of questions you want to ask the experts. So who wants to go first? Just raise your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Doc. I like what you said about there's always opportunities out there when you jump around, but who are you to have a transferable skill? For example, as an engineer, 30 years ago, I never thought it could be operating in the finance aspect of quantitative trading. So my question is, what do you think we should do in order to prepare our skills so that they are transferable in other similar fields?
Wow, that's a tough one, right? But I would say that success is generally based on your general attitude and approach rather than picking up any specific opportunity. So, because there's a continuous flow of opportunities if you look around, and it's not about picking the right one. In terms of transforming, unless you're going from engineering to yoga instructor, right? I think that there's usually, especially these days, there is a very, and ultra true if you're in management, there is so much commonality between fields in approaches, debug methods, problem solving methods, etc. That there's like, that it's getting more common to be able to transform, especially, in my opinion, with, it used to be with the Google, but now it's with ChatGPT. It is so easy to educate yourself on the basics of something you don't know. You know, but I'm not saying you're going to become an expert, but I find that if I'm going to go talk to somebody, if I do a couple hours of research beforehand on something, you can go in and say, oh, I don't know anything about that, and then drill 3 levels deep with them, and they go, you sure know a lot for somebody who doesn't know anything. So I'm not saying you can instantly learn a new field, but for most fields, the amount of commonality in your day-to-day important skills is, there's huge overlap. Not hers.
Well, actually, I want to say that a lot of times we feel that, oh, something's very hard, something I don't know, something I can't learn. But, well, from my experience, I used to have that kind of mindset, but I realized that it's a mindset. And it's a mindset that we can overcome. And I vividly remember there was a stage in my graduate years, when actually someone older in my group told me that we can learn everything. And she was so insistent that I trusted her and realized that we can. And we may not become experts, like literally, like I can't go to a lab and put together everything. But I can try to understand what people are doing, and I can see the main points. But like I saying, like go to Google, go to ChatGPT, and you can start to see the logic. You can start to ask questions, and once you start doing that, it gives you a very good way to learn something.
It gives you a foothold. Yeah. Yeah. So not even hers.
Yeah, ask me more questions.
Does that help?
Yeah, I'll have a follow-up question similar to that. So I understand how we can enrich our knowledge on our own sometimes, and we can become expert in other related fields. So how you show to, for example, the talent acquisition data compared to somebody who have years of experiences in that field, I am actually
I'm so glad you brought that up. Okay, and there is an answer, and you heard it bit earlier, and I think it was from Angela who brought this up. She said, have a set of your experiences, your best experiences and accomplishments combined when you talk with other people. And that can be expanded significantly. They're given different names, stars, cars, problem, action, result, where you go, I had this challenge, I took this action, it provided this result, you know, for others. If you think, like every day or every week about this for a month, you'll end up coming up with at least 10 where you've done things that you're really proud of, that really had an effect. And you tell other people, you practice, and you get them to go where you can tell them less than 2 minutes. And then, there are 2 things you can do with that. One is, you'll find correlations, where you kind of come up with some themes about yourself that make you seem unique, okay? Because you are unique. And then the other is, you will develop a sixth sense. When somebody asks you about something that is similar, you can say, I don't have something just like that, but I have a description. I have something I did that's similar, you mind me telling you. And once you ask, once they give you permission, you can go into it. And that's what you bring as the special sauce. If you have somebody that's been in the field for years, right? And now you're not going to compete against somebody that is ready to go, ready to do exactly what they need, right? But if they need something new, if you prove you have a history of uniquely identifying things and approaching things in a new way, and if they don't hire you, they're missing out completely. It's not a difference of amount, it's a difference of they don't get it at all. Then you've got a foothold.
Thank you.
All right.
I just want to add a personal example. So for the position I got at Harvard, they posted as a travel demand or transportation modeler. But my background is in air quality and climate modeling, not modeling the actual activity of vehicles on the road. But I still applied, and when I saw the job posting, there were many words that I didn't even know before, like, travel demand modeling, what was that? And, they also mentioned the field, really, supported that position. SB 1040, what was that? So I just Googled that, and now I think you have better tools, you have ChatGPT. So search for all of this, and then think about what are the questions you might ask, or what questions I'm curious about this. And they actually ask those questions during the interview. So I think it's kind of like studying for exams, but you can think about it from like satisfying your own curiosity, but also like what do you do?
With the new technologies like ChatGPT or Google, or in general, how do you ask people around better to learn, practice, experience as possible?
I mean, are you saying, how can you prove your abilities in something like some new technology like ChatGPT?
Not necessarily. More about how do you leverage these to better to learn faster on practical experience.
Oh, as we were discussing earlier.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I found that if I had a problem with an air conditioner installed this summer. We spent quite a bit of money at a cattle ranch to put in an air conditioner, and it didn't seem to be performing right. So I went to ChatGPT and I said, tell me about how mini split air conditioners are measured for performance. And that was the start of something where a couple days later I'm talking to an engineer at Mitsubishi, a support engineer, and I said, I'm just talking about the sensible heat here. The latent heat isn't an issue. I've measured that. And he goes, you need to talk to the next level up. And we actually got some support out of it. But my point is that the difference between Googling and ChatGPT is ChatGPT will directly give me the information that it takes hours to Google if you're lucky to find a site that explains it. ChatGPT will, if you say, explain to me how this works, iteratively you can very quickly get to a customized summary of what you're looking for. I find it's a factor of 10 at least faster than Googling.
Can I understand it as, for Google, you need to know the keyword to find information, while ChatGPT will go and blur out the keyword.
Right. You can. It's like having a conversation with a very smart savant.
But do you worry that ChatGPT might say something wrong and then be misleading? Is that something?
Oh yeah. Well, it's not barred, but yes. Yes.
I actually tried to input the questions that I done in the exam to ChatGPT to give me like half right, half wrong answer. So I thought that was good. So then I just use ChatGPT.
I've been asking ChatGPT to cross-check itself and suggesting different paths. And half the time it comes back and says, I'm so sorry. And it says, it modifies it. But, okay, we're way off on the weeds in ChatGPT. But if ChatGPT starts saying, I'm sorry, I got something wrong, it might fit the need. And it might have all sorts of stuff wrong at that point. So watch out. If it says I'm wrong, let me correct it. Don't believe anything else it's saying right there.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back, you had a question?
I did. So I'm a little afraid to deviate from the ChatGPT conversation, given the student interest. But the one question I have, and do forgive me if I'm touching on something that was covered earlier, I'm a little late to the party. But in terms of managing your careers, I know for a fact that, at least in my profession, that some of my colleagues experience burnout. And I was wondering if any of you could share your experiences with burnout and your tactics to manage burnout in your careers, and how you sort of grown beyond it or embedded yourself by going through that experience.
Well, let's ask the question. Who's experienced serious burnout?
So
start off?
Okay, why don't you start? Burnouts, I think it's inevitable for anybody who's like working for an extended period of time. I think when you're smashing your head against a problem, and after you clear one problem, there's another hurdle ahead of you. It's inevitable that you're just going to be tired of jumping, right? There's a lot of ways that people suggest to like reset yourself. A lot of people just take vacations, or they just walk around, they exercise, things like that. Those all sound great. I like to start like little product on the side for myself to sort of like get myself back into like the love of the game, I guess, kind of. When you're working on the same problem, it kind of tires you out. But when you are able to view sort of like the things that you're doing as like fun to do again, that sort of like helps you give yourself a little bit more gas to keep going. Vacations are also very beneficial.
So I kind of want to ask, like, what kind of burnout are you experiencing, or are people experiencing? Because there are really two types of burnout. One burnout is like you're solving a very interesting problem that you have passion for, or you're not getting solutions, right? That's one type of burnout. Now the other one is, let's say you work for Amazon, right, the sweatshop, and then you've been working for days, weeks, months for a single project, and maybe there's things just keep coming in. Some of them might not be interesting, right? You feel like your career is taking more of a toll with diminishing returns. And the fact that you're working 80-hour work week and you have to go back off 3 times a week, that's going you up. Now that's a different type of story, right? Now on part 2 of that kind of like example, typically what I've seen where people work for say a big span for 5, 6, 7 years, and kind of like level 6, level 7, kind of like a senior manager or manager roles, but then they're not seeing the career moving up, and also they're getting a lot of, I guess you can say, wasteful or maybe meaningless work being completed. Now, it's time to think about what you want to do. Right? This is where people are taking a step back and reflect on what's really interesting to them. And I see a lot of people who were able to overcome that, and also while doing so, choose some type of the financial freedom is to go through a smaller stuff and take up a bigger leadership role where you can have much bigger impact. Hopefully, that's burnout as well. And while doing so, get some equity and be able to grow the company and retire as well. So a lot of examples, like for me, myself, or a lot of my friends, level 6, level 7, they couldn't feel any progression and feel like burnout on a day-to-day basis. Take a step back, join Series B, join Series C, and find the right opportunity where you can go in as director, go in as senior manager. But if you have faith in the company, in the industry, and also align with your passions, then that's one solution to the burnout, looking for a big thing.
I'm gonna add on to that. Coming from consulting, burning out is actually very common. So my recommendation is that it's actually not shameful to tell your manager that you're burning out, because that's what I did. I think I was working 80 hours to 100 for certain engagements, and that was tough, So, but in our industry, clients' deadlines are our deadlines. So it's just the nature of the job. So what I did was I talked to my manager, I'm burning out, and can we unwind some of the stuff that's on my plate? And he agreed with that. So don't hold on to it and suffer on your own, right? I mean, communication is a big part of our job, and you'll be surprised how insignificant. I mean, it's not a promotion stopper or not frowned upon when you're being honest, because you want to keep the job, right? But you just need to take a little break so that you can get back to the game again. So that's my recommendation. Okay, we have about 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. So any more questions? Go ahead.
I have a question for everyone here. So, what are the challenges or risks that in motivation in your respective areas of expertise in the next 5 or 10 years? And what would you expect the newcomers like us to embrace those challenges and transform them into career opportunities?
Well, I think the mention I already made about the generative AI, especially for the field of AI, machine learning, AI engineers, data analysts, business analysts. I think right now I'm seeing 2 trends, right? The trends in the specific industry function is adopting the Gen AI, and also a kind of like corporate aspect, which is globalization. Move those engineers, move those analysts to China, India, Philippines, where the cost of labor is much cheaper. Right? So that's like the two things in parallel that we see in the industry that's happening, increasing efficiency and offloading the open accounts to outsource. Now, it's kind of hard to that's like the industry is moving towards. And if you're already in the field, there's some things you can do to protect yourself is knowing what you do, not from the technical perspective, but really try to bring your advantage by understanding business, by having those business acumen, by dominating or understand the domain knowledge of the business and trying to really become a partner of the organization and to generate components or a partnership that can create with the business to make recommendations, right? As opposed to going the other extreme route, it's always protect the technology, you can always learn a few more hard skills that you can get from Coursera. I think that's helpful. But in order to really kind of compete with the two ongoing trend, globalization and generative AI, you really have to be kind of embedded with the business and really kind of think in terms of a consultant, right? As opposed to just be a data science, be a machine learning engineer. So that's my kind of like what's happening, at least in the data science field.
I'll be very brief because I'm in a very niche field, but if you're interested in doing a PhD with me, let me know afterwards. In general, I would say it's challenging to inform decisions given the uncertainties in the local impacts of climate change. So how can we predict the local impacts of climate change and then use science to better support decision making at different levels? I see it as a challenge that I want to help with.
I'm going to pass on this one. Give you all time.
Okay. I know in the video game industry, like things like AR becoming an issue. I think in the next 5-10 years, I feel like generative AI probably gets to the point of being somewhere around the level of like an entry-level engineer, and for entry-level engineers, it's probably a pretty scary thing. But there is like a human element that goes into programming, even though it's just numbers in an editor. But being able to introduce that human touch and being, like your own unique self is, I think, a lot more valuable than anything that like AI can just provide on its own. And especially in video games, like everybody is always looking for like new tech to use and like the next big thing, right? There's a big wave of like VR and NFT stuff going on right now, and if you keep yourself sort of like up to date on like all these like new concepts and ideas, like you will still have like a step ahead of like where AI is ever going to be.
Yeah, so this generative AI, machine learning, everything, it's definitely going to make a difference in research, but I think it's going to completely change education. That's for sure. So right now we're still being very conservative, talking about whether we allow students to use that in a homework or in the exam, but rather the question we should be asking is how can we use all these tools to completely reinvent education? Like download all these ChatGPT can take bar exam, it can take SAT exam. So what do we teach the kids? Right? I send my kids for a coding class and then realize like the ChatGPT can just write codes. But then they still need to learn coding, but how do we combine that in a more useful way? So that kids are learning things that will be useful for them when they grow up in 5-10 years of time. So I think that's something,
Thank you.
All right, our time's up. So let's give a big round of applause to all of our esteemed speakers. Thank you very much for being here. Oh, yeah, let's do a photo with our panelists.
Okay, so while they're taking the photo, I'll do the announcement. So we're going to have a break right now. During the break, please take advantage of the career fair outside. So out in front of the building, there's quite a few companies out there with some pretty awesome positions. Web developer positions, robotics companies, biology company, financial analyst, quite a few great opportunities. So make sure to go check those out, talk to the companies, leave your resume, get their card, whatever it may be. So enjoy the break. And we'll see you guys in 5 minutes for the next panel.
and how to discuss highly technical engineering problems in a business context, and how to deliver the technical content to different audiences. And that experience has taught me a very valuable lesson that sometimes the best solutions emerge when you bring diverse perspectives together. So that's why I'm so excited to be here today. Just like the moments I went beyond my technical comfort zone, we are all here to dive deep into the world of business consulting with our exceptional business consultant experts today. So next, I'd like to invite our esteemed speakers to introduce themselves. I think we can maybe start with Kayla first.
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Kayla Su. I am a generalist associate from McKinsey. I've been in this industry for maybe almost 2 years now. I'm very honored to be here with you today and happy to be present.
Hello everyone, my name is Elijah and I am an associate at McKinsey based out of the Southern California office nearby. Before joining McKinsey, I was a bio PhD and I've been doing research at Stanford and have some experiences in oncology and also outside surgery. So that's my background. Nice to share all the insights of the some of the good and bad experiences in consulting with you guys.
Hi everyone, my name is Daisong. I'm an associate out of the SFO. Probably we have a diversity problem here. Before joining the firm, I was an antenna design engineer in Apple and got my PhD in electrical engineering as well. Within the firm, I do a lot of projects in high tech, 3D printing, semiconductors, EV, mainly focused on the growth center. So happy to be here and happy to share some of the insights, probably some of the bad experiences. I'll point to Yui.
Hi, I'm Rita. I'm non-McKinsey, so I add to the diversity. I'm ex-Accenture. I did 6 years in consulting, and what I did was doing compliance and risk management transformation projects for Fortune 500 companies and financial services. So, glad to be here.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenny Chan. I'm currently a principal at Ipsos. Ipsos is one of the world's largest market research and consulting firm. We serve 17 different industries, and one of them is healthcare and life science, which is where my practice focuses on. I have been in the industry for 8 years. Started my career at IQVIA, another healthcare company, and went to industry, and now I'm back to consulting. And then I graduated from Johns Hopkins University with a PhD in epidemiology and a bachelor's degree in molecular cell and developmental biology from UCLA. Back to here.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the introductions. I think I'd like to start the discussion by asking the first question. Why did you decide to enter consulting? And what is the most attractive aspect in your industry as a business consultant? Maybe we can start in the same order from Kayla.
Okay, sure. I'm on it. So that's a great question. So for me, before coming to McKinsey, I actually have about 10 years experience in sales and marketing. I work from across multiple industries. We're in tech, healthcare, consumer, manufacturer. And one thing I noticed about myself is that I always love to learn about new things. I enjoy learning about new industry, new product, and I enjoy taking on a new challenge. So once I got to that 2 to 3 year mark in the company, and I felt like I sort of got into a routine of doing things, and there's no new challenges for me. I usually just, my interest fade. That's when the time I try to start looking for new positions. And as soon as I see that pattern, I realized consulting would be a ideal industry for me to be in, because I get to work different kind of business problems, get to work with different clients.
And I did some coffee chat with some people, and based on the conversations I had, what I learned about the industry, I just decided I want to be in that industry. So far, with my public 18 plus months experience here, verified my hypothesis, my expectation. And yeah, no, that's just a purely personal interest.
That's a very good point. I think pretty much echo Peter's points. My perspective is also like interesting business, but I also just want to provide a different perspective from my background as a PhD. So I view myself as a person very passionate about life sciences. However, I'm less interested in bench work just because, I don't know how many of you guys are, working life sciences in research, but usually if you're trying to do some mouse work, you're trying to do some, animal studies, it takes years for you to really see something, and that impact will come even later. So I'm not that type of very patient person. So I love to see some immediate impact, and that's how I think, to leverage my scientific background in the business setting would be a great fit. So I'm naturally passionate and interested in the entrepreneurial side of the science. So that's why after I got my PhD and before I got into Stanford, I actually joined some healthcare startup company just to experience, what the startup company looks like, right? And then once I joined Stanford, they also have some very good entrepreneurial environment, so helped me to understand a bit more about the business side. And I realized one very critical point is in life sciences, if you want to do startups, the starting point is really high because it's not like, you find a room or you find a garage and you look at 3 or 4 computers and you can install the software, that type of things. Usually you need to have a lot of network in life science space, and that is a huge hurdle for me. So because of that, I feel like, okay, maybe I should think about consulting as a career so that I can get more exposure to a bigger picture and different type of people, investors, and C-suite people in life science companies, and those kind of resources will help me eventually be able to do some stuff, maybe life science in the future. So that's just my long-term goal, but that long-term goal actually pushes me into consulting as my next stage of my career. So that's my take.
Well, the startups in the intelligence industry require more than a garage work. I did a garage startup before joining Apple, actually. It is actually a spin-off from my PhD work, but it's a side project at that time. But coming back to the question, I think everything really goes back to who you really are. What is that thing that makes you feel excited? For me, over the long trial and error process, I noticed I'm really interested in solving problems in business. I'm interested in all kinds of business models, the way to increase revenue, decrease cost, and how to make money, and how to integrate the high tech together with the business to create value. So when I was an engineer at Apple, everything is perfect. You have perfect team, perfect leadership, well-paid job, very stable. But I just don't feel right. It is not coincidence, it's not courage that led me to make the decision. It's because I'm extremely unconfident. That's why I come to consulting. That's my first step, at least, for to step into the business world. Because I find myself very empowered talking to different people, thinking about the solutions to solve the problem. So at the end of the day, we need to really pick our battlefield, which one we really want to go. It's a long-term thing. It's not a short-term thing. High score in college entry examination, go to good school, and graduate from PhD. It's not that. It's about what really makes me feel excited. And then do not ignore that need. You try to get hold of it. That's why I wrote to results.
Before I joined consulting, I've already been working at Wells Fargo for literally 8 years. So I came from the leadership to consulting. But many of my colleagues at that time, they were like born and raised at a consulting firm. So it was very different. And I guess mine wasn't by choice, it was by luck. So, a recruiter from LinkedIn reached out to me. At that time, the firm was looking for risk management experts to grow the firm. And my expertise at that time happened to be operational risk management. So as I built the program for my department, and that's how I got approached. But after I joined the firm, I ended up liking consulting a lot, despite that. Because, like what Dyson was saying, right? I think when you interact at the C-suite level, you see at the, let's say, the company's macro level, its operations, the problem it's trying to resolve in order to meet the strategic plan. So I think by understanding people, process, technology, their problems, right, the root causes of their problems, to come up with a solution, right, that's value add. I think that entire process, meeting different people, it makes it very dynamic. Every project's different. Even my internal team, I've never had the same team structure over the 6 years of my life. Every team was very new. So you learn a lot. I mean, kind of like what Dr. John Sheng was saying in the beginning, every project you learn, you never stop learning. And I think that's what keeps it interesting for leaders.
So when I was a bachelor's student, undergrad student, I had never heard of the career of consulting. So I didn't decide on my career choice until when I was in the third year of my PhD program. At first, I started working in life science bench work, thinking that I would become a professor. And then when I got into graduate school, my career interests changed and decided that I wanted to get my career in the FDA, which I did get an internship there, trying my feet out in government public policy type of work. And then I decided that long term I may not be staying in the East Coast. My family's here in LA, so eventually I might want to move back to the West Coast, and there's not a lot of federal government jobs here in the West Coast. So I started looking for other career opportunities, and that's when healthcare consulting, life sciences consulting came to my door, and that's when I started to learn more about the industry and what it can offer. And I echo with all the panelists in terms of opportunity to learn, in terms of problem solving, in terms of always working as a team to solve problems, and those I 100% agree. But I think the most interesting aspect for life science as a career choice for me, and I'm still working in life science consulting after 8 years now, is I feel like I am doing something meaningful to the society and to the public, because a lot of the work that I do have a direct impact on our healthcare industry. And so by contributing my knowledge from business, as well as leveraging my skills from like data analytics and things like that, I am able to contribute to the greater goods of the humanity. So that's why I still enjoy consulting, and I would encourage everyone to take consulting as a possible career choice.
Well, thank you for sharing your experiences. I think it's really fascinating to hear the diverse reasons for going into the business consulting industry. So for some, it's like they like to see how to solve problems differently and how to solve problems in business, and they feel empowered to talking to different people. and they want to see the company at a macro level, right? And they really want to make an impact in the industry. So I think that leads me to my next question. So as someone with no or little business background, what is the quickest way to get into the business consulting industry? Do you have any suggestions or advice for people? Maybe, yeah, we can start from that side this time.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I started looking into consulting as a career choice when I was in my PhD program, and at that time, not that many people in my academic program were exposed to the idea of consulting. So luckily, some of my peers had started graduate school consulting club. So for people who are interested in consulting to come together and practice like case interviews and participate in different career development opportunities. So I joined that program, and I also find a way to get an internship at IQVIA, which is another healthcare consulting company, and I really enjoyed it. And so I was able to build some connections with the industry, and also I was able to practice my interview skills in the consulting club. So I think if you are a student, there should be a lot of resources in your school, so please feel free to take advantage of those and network.
I would agree with that. I think out of when we do college recruits, I think the ones that succeed the most at interviews are the ones that have participated in consulting student clubs on campus. And either they started their own, or I think USC has a consulting club. I think they succeed in interviews because they understand, they've worked with clients at a collegiate level. So they understand the language, the language we speak, right? Problem resolution, right? What's the issue at heart? And they're able to logically kind of analyze the case study when it comes to it. So I would say treat that as a practice. That's probably the quickest way to see what it entails. And that will help you succeed in interviews.
I used to hear a joke about how to put an elephant into a refrigerator. There are 2 steps. Open the door, put it there, and close the door. I'll try for this question. I think for interview, like to land an offer in consulting, there are 6 steps. 1, get yourself familiar with the language and put yourself there, get interested in it, read some of the systems. 2nd, build up your resume so that you can get an offer. 3rd, prepare for a case interview, which is a major part for consulting. And I think that for each of the steps, like for example, for preparing for a case interview, you really want to find great case models. That is what I can see that lack in some of the student consulting clubs. Most people, they don't have real consulting experience. Try to get some real MPB or top consulting firm consultants to mock interview for you. Do not be shy to ask. Many of them are so generous to offer their time because that's how they get an offer as well. So 3 steps. I think it's easy.
Just for all you guys' context, McKinsey has or let's say generally speaking, consulting has a magic number of 3. So, we always talk about there are 3 points. So I would just follow this legacy. First of all, I echo all kind of what you said. Consulting clubs and everything, these are very critical parts of when you guys get into consulting, get into corporation consulting. But I'm gonna try to talk about the 3 points that I feel is very important initially for you to get different kind of resources in consulting, right? First one is, of course, local resources, which is consulting clubs. And also, once you join consulting club, I think Caltech should have a consulting club because I've heard of this events happening. Caltech consulting club, and they have those, for example, case competition that would really get you into those kind of business environments, and also based on my personal experience, on campus probably have the tech transfer office as well. That will also, get yourself into the environment of kind of like understanding both the technology side and also the business side. So those are the local resources you can definitely leverage. Online resources I will put into two different buckets. One is we have the online interview preparation websites, I think, Practical or things like that, where you can actually find the online partners, which will help you, just as Desmond said, and the other panelists also mentioned, like the PACE partners critical if you are trying to, get yourself some preparation in consulting. So definitely find some of the online resources. And thirdly, I noticed like a lot of us here sitting here are Asian, and probably like the majority of you guys have WeChat, and we do have a WeChat group. Like maybe have multiple WeChat group every week, every season. That's people huddle together to prepare for consulting. If you guys don't have the resources, feel free to reach out to me. I can point you to some of the groups. Or if you talk to some of my friends in the consulting club, I'm pretty sure a lot of them are in those WeChat groups, and they in each recruiting season, there will be a number of events online just happening, help each other to prepare for consulting as a career. So that's the three steps. That's the three things that I can mention about prepare for consulting if you're like freshman, right? So in another perspective, I'm also trying to kind of pivot into like three components that's important when you really think about consulting as a career. One is the soft skill, one is the hardcore skills, and the third one is the industrial insights. Soft skill, we're talking about communication skills, we're talking about leadership, right? So those kind of things you will be able to prepare, not just for the interview itself, but for consulting as a career. You can join all kinds of students organization, or like join LEAP and join this organization events of LEAP and trying to show, hone your skills as a leader, as an organizer. So, and also doing this kind of events will also help you to hone your communication skills. Those are critical in consulting. That's the soft skill set. And the second is hardcore skills. Consulting is essentially a business, right? So we're gonna have page making, how to do PowerPoints, how to make presentations, and also we have analytic skills like doing Excel. We don't do very, very fancy stuff in consulting. Excel is the most frequent analytic tools that we're using. Of course, we use Tableau, we use audit rates and all the things, but Excel is the most critical thing. So those are the hardcore skills. And the third thing is the industrial insights. I know a lot of people, if you join as a bachelor, you probably don't have a lot of industrial insights. So just again follow what Dyson just suggested. Those business podcasts that you listen to, right? Those Wall Street Journal news, and also I personally love the Robin Hood news. It's a Robin Hood. No, the Robin Hood, they have a podcast that's very
My business.
Yes, exactly. That's the one. I personally love that. That will give you some industrial insights, especially in business, right? And for example, me, I'm a bio PhD, so I naturally have some insights in life sciences, and this is the area that I want to keep on building on. And like that, so it's like an expertise in engineering. So he also has some backgrounds. So try and find your niche, because the consulting is essentially a business that's serving the clients, and you want to bring your values on the table. It could be either industrial insights in a specific industry, or you can be like paid have some insights in the function or some expertise in the function that will be able to bring you into. So those are the three components that I think is very important in consulting. And I would urge everyone to think through these three different components and see how you can get yourself better prepared for this career.
Oh, wow. I wish I had more urging when I was prepping for my consulting interviews. But yeah, no, I think everybody, like, I couldn't think of any more resources I would leverage. These are all very good points. So I came from business world. I had 10 years experience before coming to consulting. So when I was doing my case in prep, it wasn't like the format different, but then the business problems sounded very familiar to me. So I probably couldn't really speak much from like a non-business world background sort of thing. But one of my closest friends is actually a history professor. I was a history professor from the university before he joined the firm. So he had absolutely no experience in business. He never read a financial statement. He didn't understand what inventory means and all these things. But he just aced the interview. Because one, like Ojing mentioned, communication skills, your thought process, how you digest a problem, how you dissect a problem, these are very universal. It's, it lies in the academic world, it's in business world, it's even in your daily life. So I think really embed that, embrace that problem solving mentality, and try to always dive deeper, like 3-level deeper, to the root cause of the problems. And do all case prep, find your partner, find the right materials, and keep doing it as a skill, just like slowly come.
Yeah, I think that story about the history professor getting into business consulting is really, really insightful, right? So it really shows that you can still gain or learn the fundamental skills like communication skills, critical thinking skills, and then get into the business consulting world. So there's some common ground there. And there's another point that was mentioned by the panelists, that is, even if you're not in the business consulting, you can still gain some experience by joining some student clubs or consulting clubs. I think this point also echoes with the previous panel discussion. I think it was probably Daniel and Jiachen mentioned, right? You can gain leadership by joining similar nonprofit organizations. Yeah, I think it's really good suggestions, and I really like the framework of the 3 components, right, to master the interview. So my next question is, once you get into the business consulting world or business consulting firms, right, what does it take to get promoted? What does it take to move ahead in your career path in the business consulting environment? Maybe we can start somewhere in the middle.Maybe Daisung can take this one first.
First of all, how would they promote it? Let me make the best effort. So I think it's really important. 2 things I can think of. One is your reputation. It's not until I enter consulting that I realized the reputation, how important that reputation is. When I was an engineer at Apple, reputation is also important. But as an internet design engineer, we already know for our expertise. But in a consulting firm, everybody is in the ground, level 1. You really need to compete on how responsive you are, how creative you are to solving problems, how fast you are, what kind of high quality, how many you are. So reputation travels further than I thought. So number 1, reputation. Second, I think it's important to find a sponsorship. If you are going to promote someone who is speaking for you in the community. I just thought of the third point. I think Ojing made a point earlier that we want to find our expertise. It is really important to establish your own expertise in either function level or industry level, or both. For me, I have electrical engineering background, so it's natural for me to be well known for domain knowledge expert in advanced industries, semiconductors, 3D printing, all these high-tech stuff. So that's when people follow you when they try to staff people, especially with the current staffing landscape. It's a very competitive marketplace internally as well. So in order to get a good project that you want, you really need to have established your own expertise. So that's 3 points. I think I made that point now, so I'll hand it over to either Urging or Ruby.
I can answer that. I think I'll answer the question based on the level that the entry consultant. So as entry level, say if you're fresh out of college, hard work, so that it is basically a story. I mean, looking at all the year 1 consultants that get promoted to senior consultants, there's not a single one that's not worked on. I mean, in consulting, we do billable hours. Chargeability is a term that we use, which means the amount of hours that you can charge to the client by doing client work. Answering emails doesn't really count. So all of the year 1 consultants I've promoted, they've demonstrated superior chargeability. Sometimes I wonder where they sleep, because in addition to client work, they will also do outside projects. Say like Accenture is very good about promoting innovation from within. So anybody, regardless of what level you are, you can say that, hey, I think this process is inefficient, I want to run a project. Like, would you be my sponsor? Any manager, any entity, they could kind of basically help out with that. So they run their own side projects. So that's another consideration. And also client feedback, right? I mean, even as an entry level, you get to interact with clients right now. But even just attending client meetings and your work and your communication, sometimes the clients will tell the managers, right, or the team leads, hey, this guy's really good, or I like what you're doing. So year 1 is basically on hard work. Year 2, basically senior consultants, and we're trying to figure that at your level. So it gets a little bit complicated because the key point about year 2 or from senior to manager is think about how you want to build your personal brand. Everyone on the managerial team, at least from my experience, they're known for something. Some are known for their expertise, right? Like this guy, he's really good at, say like data analytics, or this guy's really good in projects such as privacy, right? So that's the subject matter based expertise. But some of us, which we fall another bucket, we're the generalists. But even though we're generalists, we have our own brand, right? So I'm known as the knowledge lover. So even though I've never touched a certain project before, but because of my mirror background within this work, by the time I joined Accenture, I could basically gather up subject matter expertise and meet the clientele. So think about what kind of personal branding you want to build and you want to be known for. Because that's going to differentiate you when it comes to promotion. Because promotion, I go back and said that, your sponsor will need to stand virtually in front of everyone that wants to promote their own team or their own individual. They need to be able to say that, hey, I think my guy deserves promotion because of XYZ. And then your XYZ need to be so special it beats the other XYZs. And that's how your guy gets promotion. So it's very competitive, but whatever that you do, it becomes material for us to present in front of entities.
Okay. Ruby said, yes. Your criteria for promotion differ by the level that you want to get promoted. So hard work, communication, client-facing skills, all these definitely play a big role. I would say the biggest thing that I would look for when I'm considering people for promotion would be taking initiative. So everyone, hopefully everyone on your team does a good job in their day-to-day jobs. But sometimes it's the extra step that people take that will get them noticed in your company. So whether that's volunteering in some kind of company internal initiatives, or as Ruby mentioned, like proposing ideas for innovation, or volunteering to write some kind of white papers. So these are all extra stuff that you can show that you are really dedicated to the industry, you're really very dedicated to the business, and also that's how you can build your personal brand in terms of showing your expertise and being able to take what you learn from the project and really translate that into something in terms of leadership skills, in terms of critical thinking skills, in terms of knowledge management skills. So those are the things that I would encourage people to do in addition to what they do every day.
Okay, I think I can take this. Totally agree with every one of us. Very well said. So I actually don't have a lot to add on. So maybe I can talk about the online principle of different kinds of tips that's going there. It goes back to probably more than 10 years ago when I graduated from my university and go to the United States and ask my mentor, so do you have any suggestions for me for my graduate school? Because I'm gonna start a completely different journey, never been to the United States before. And my mentor just say 2 words, it's be useful. I think that really drives the mindsets forming up. It's like, no matter which, it's not like a very tailored answer, I would say, to consulting, but I think it's like an answer very general to all of the industry and all of the careers, right? It's like, always have an impact-oriented mindset. Like, think about, you're being paid. Why are you being paid? Right? You're creating value. Either you're creating value by making your teammates happy, make your clients happy, or you can do Excel, or you can make the page very beautiful, or you can manage a team or manage projects very well. So find your niche to always provide value and create impact, and that will make you comfortable. And eventually, those value that are created and those impact that you feel is tangible will lead naturally to your promotion. That's just my take.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great point. Coming from the industry, after working in the consulting firm for about 18 months, I really don't see a huge difference between how you get promoted in the industry versus in consulting. Because for me, I think essentially there are 2 things, not 3. Do a good job and build strong relationships. And it applies when you're in the industry, in consulting, and I'm sure the same when you're in academia too. So doing a good job means that you just stick with what you're doing, right? You do what you're being paid to do, or you sometimes you take the extra mile, do better, and let people know you're doing a good job, right? Don't shy away from it. Sometimes, even when I'm in the industry, I see people, they would do the job, and they would step away when there's opportunity to present their work. Whether it's because you're humble or because you just don't think you deserve it, I think whatever you think of it, just like you need to move away from the mindset. So do a good job and let people know, advocate for yourself. 2 is building strong relationships. And maybe the slight difference there is when you're in the industry, you have a direct report, and your direct report has another direct report. So you sort of have some go-to people that you can directly build relationship. You know who you need to impress. Versus in consulting, you work with so many different people, so many different teams, so many partners, different people that can potentially become a sponsor, which means that you have a larger pool. And you actually, I would think as you actually have more opportunities to get promoted because you have more people to impress. So from that perspective, I really don't think there's a huge difference, like in terms of career progression, how you can get promoted. But I don't know enough. I refer to all the managers, all the leaderships, and if you really want to think about consulting, I think their advice will probably be very, very legit. That's what I was taking notes to when they were talking.
But yeah, that's just some my lived experience.
Yeah, thank you for sharing all your insights. I think in summary, to get promoted, we really need to have a good reputation first, right? And then do the hard works. And sometimes you need to take some side projects or have some innovative ideas and fund sponsors, right, to promote your side projects, and always have a kind of an impact-oriented mindset. I think these are all very valuable points shared by our panelists, and I hope everyone will get a promotion after hearing this discussion. Now, my next question is: so sometimes promotion or getting ahead in your team is not solely dependent on us, right? So sometimes there's a lot of other factors, right? Like Doug mentioned earlier. Sometimes in big companies, you do your hard work, you try to be pleasant, try to reach out to people to be helpful, but still you may not get the promotion or within the time framework you were looking for. So my next question is, if your goal is not to get promoted immediately, what are some of the resources you can leverage in the consulting firm to still grow, right? Like with the growth mindset, to kind of expand your horizon and gain more personal growth, even if you're not getting promoted immediately. Any volunteer wants to take the lead? Yeah, go ahead.
So there are a lot of opportunities, especially for entry-level consultants. There are formal, mentorship programs and training programs that the companies provide to allow you to be able to perform well in your first year of career. So definitely take advantage of that. And then secondly, I think it's building that network of people around you, whether that's sponsor, whether that's client, or even like among your peer. It's good to leverage that relationship and keep those relationships, even if you eventually go outside of consulting and decide to leave the industry, and you will still find those relationships helpful. And then the third thing I would say, learn as much as you can from your projects. Well, I guess for a lot of us, when we get into consulting industry, especially for first year and second year, we have no clue what's going on. And that's the perfect opportunity for entry-level consultant to learn from your mentor, from manager, and from your clients, and also you always do things on your own to learn. And so I would say really enjoy those first couple years of your career and learn as much as possible.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say that if you're entry level, right? I think exposure is going to be the one I use, because at that level, when you're fresh maybe college grad or MBA grad, you really haven't had enough client-facing experience, real-world experience to get your level. So to make sure you mention the areas you're interested in to your sponsors or mentors or whatnot, because once we know, then we're gonna keep our ears out for the projects that we can bring you in. I think flexibility is gonna be exactly what I use, because even if it's a subject that you haven't learned in school, which was like we thought we haven't, as a generalist, don't be afraid to step outside your comfort zone to get exposed. Because you never know the team that you meet or the partner or managing director that you meet will lead you somewhere else. So have an open mind, be flexible if you're not looking for promotion. And then the next thing I want to say, it's probably counterintuitive. If you're not getting the promotion you need somewhere, get it somewhere else. Okay? Because once you, I know, I get shocked for saying this, but hey, I mean, if you guys have done the self-reflection to figure out what you haven't been promoted, right? If you decision that you haven't done right, Are you not networking with the right people? If all of those boxes have been checked, and that's not your problem, and you just keep getting bypass promotion, look for somewhere else. But make sure, out of the years that you haven't been promoted, that you've accumulated enough skills that you can ace your next interview to get to the next level.
I see. So the two key points I hear are being curious, right? Learn as much as possible, and also being flexible and learn the skills to accumulate your skills and knowledge. Does any of the other panelists want to add anything before we move on to the next session?
Yeah,
Yes.
I haven't been promoted, so I'm prepared for this question.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think, really echo what Janet said. Learn from people, learn by doing things. And I would just add that accumulate some of the knowledge. Maybe extrapolate what I meant, like people, because that's what consulting companies are together with. We have such a diverse background of different people, partners, associates. They come from different backgrounds. They specialize in different things. So really find a group of people that you want to collaborate with and work again. So learn from either their expertise or their knowledge. And really have a deep conversation with them over the time. I think learning is not just for short term, long term. You've got to be really curious about what you really know, what is deep thought on certain things. Second, by doing things, I think consulting firm is a great place for you to try out different things and keep honing your skill sets in different parts. Probably this project, your development goal is to improve your oral communication. Next one is to solve analytical problems. So consulting firm is a great platform for education for us as well. Just because we really focus on, we try to dissect different skill sets and help you to succeed. And the third point, the knowledge. Consulting is not rocket science, but over time, after you do several projects on certain topics, certain functions or industries, you begin to have the ability to recognize the pattern. Right? This kind of problem, what are the frameworks? What are things, perspectives we can think from these different angles? And what are the pitfalls? What is specific about this specific scenario? So over time, you gradually accumulate your knowledge about solving certain types of problems. When these types of problems begin to accumulate, you actually become more intuitive in business. I think that is where you begin to showcase your next level ability to learn. So 3 points here: knowledge, people, and by doing things.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing, Daisong. Next, because we have limited time, I've been asking a lot of questions. I'd like to give the opportunity to our audience to ask some questions to our panelists. Maybe we have time for 2 questions. So maybe this gentleman here.
I have 2 questions. Thanks for the panelists. So my first question is, I'm an engineering student. I'm looking for a career pivot to consulting. So right now I feel like consulting is like a highly competitive area. Like in Southern California, you see like every year you have like hundreds of students looking for career in consulting. So how to stand out in either networking or interview? That's my first question. And the second question is, I want to see like, is it for the work-life balance, is it possible in consulting firm? This is a funny question. Yeah, maybe. Just want to see if that's like a long-term career options for me or for anyone like who is interested in consulting.
I can volunteer.
Go ahead.
I also have an engineering background and then a kid. I can answer the second question. There's no work. This is half joking, but half true, right? There are different types of projects. If you're lucky, you get onto good ones. If you're not, you probably have to endure the imbalance of work and life. So that's the truth about consulting. You're serving your clients, what they request, what type of the project it is, and sometimes out of your hand. But normally, you are expected to work 1 or 2 hours after dinner, from Monday to Friday. But Saturdays and Sundays are usually protected, although Sunday afternoons begin to reply emails. So that's the second question. The first question, coming back to my 3 steps, right? I think you already passed the step if you are interested. Second one is try to build up your resume to get here. In order to build up your resume, you probably can leverage the resources from the school to help you with that. In order to stand out, there are 2 methods. One is to ask one of your friends who has already been working in the firm to refer you. That will probably, it'll be even better if you know some partners or associate partners in the firm. But they're really not. And secondly, try to get some, if you are an engineering student, I guess probably you don't have so much consulting experience. So try to get some consulting experience, concrete experience that you can write on your resume, which is something I could talk about at the very end today. There will be, LEAP is going to launch a proposal project program that can help you with that. So for the third question, for the first step 3, we want to get really ace crack the case interview. So try to find the best case partner as much as possible. Do your own craft, learn basic stuff, and then find the best people to mock. So they will be your examples. You don't have to do 100 or 1,000 case practices. Only 1 or 2 or 5 that are really good, showcase what really good case interview is. And then you can prepare an into mock interview out of it. I guess this is a one small tip can give you what's the set. Given that you are an engineering student, you can really emphasize during the interview that you can have value add for certain types of projects. Say you are civil engineering, or you probably can contribute to a sustainability project, which is really important and really hot topic. Before you go into, in consulting, expertise is highly inflated. If you do 2 projects on sustainability, you are called sustainability expert. So don't be shy to call yourself expert. So that's my trial for this question. Thank you.
I might add a little bit on top of Dyson's point. First of all, very practical advice you should definitely follow Dyson's suggestions. I agree with all of them. Again, I'm going to talk about a little bit about mindset, because you asked the question saying there are 100 students here, how you can stand out. Of course, headcount in any of the consulting firms is limited. Not everyone can get it. But the blunt fact is not someone needs to stand out. It's someone needs to be good enough. So there's a clear difference between these 2. I think what I'm trying to say is during your interview preparing process, don't bring the mindset of compete, but bring the mindset of helping each other. Because a lot of times, it's not like we only have 2 headcounts and there are like 100 good candidates. No, it's not the case. A lot of times, it's like those 100 people is not good enough to reach the bar. So you really want to make sure that you help each other, provide genuine feedback to each other to improve yourself. Because this is just one community, and I think it's more concentrated like Asian community. There are bigger community out there, people are really, really good. And if we help each other, we might get someone, to get over the bar, and we'll eventually reach the bar, reach the goal, and can help and feedback the community so that more people can get opportunity moving forward. So I think that's just one point I'd like to point out.
I'm going to answer the work-life balance in a different way. So, provided there's none, okay? What you need to do is find sanity in knowing yourself how you de-stress. Like, I know people think exercise, that's the most positive way to de-stress. There are people that play video games, there are people, like, everyone has, you know yourself best. You know what makes you feel good, right? So just make sure that you have this one particular hobby that you can always resort to take yourself out of that zone. So that's number 2 is, I think every consulting firm offers 10 free therapy sessions. So I'm just saying that
it's another
professional
perk.
experts, sometimes they can take you out of the box and kind of, I've done therapy sessions, trust me. Like shrinks, they get paid like hundreds of dollars for a reason, okay? So leverage these kind of additional helps that, these are part of your benefits as at the firm. And the third thing I want to say is that, it's, just like what I said in panel 1, right? It is okay to let your manager know that you've been under stress and you want to let her know. Like that has happened to me before. I was burned out. I think it was a project that was a fire drill that weekend. Right? So I told my manager that hey, this gig has been kind of tough. Can I get an easy one for the next one? So then I did have a lighter project which was 9 to 5. It only happened once in my career out of the 6 years. But I think everyone in consulting, from maybe individual contributor or managers, partners, about. We've all gone through the same journey in which we got burned out at one point or another. That's a given. So people understand and they actually have the consideration for it. So it is okay to take a break. It is okay to make it known that you need some time off.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing. I think because of timing and because of our subsequent events, we're gonna have to end the Q&A session here. Next, but feel free to reach out to our panelists offline, but they will be here for a little while afterwards. Next, I'd like to give maybe some time to Dr. Daisong Zhang to introduce his mentorship program that he's been spearheading.
Thank you, Charles. First of all, many thanks to all the panelists here for taking the time to share with us valuable insights. Today we've had a great discussion on various topics, from how to get in, how to thrive in the game, how to, probably we haven't touched the exit strategies, not part. But this is all good. How can LEAP help us, right? What can LEAP do? So allow me to introduce to you LEAP ACE, Accelerate, Coach, and Inspire. The names come from our objectives. To accelerate your career path, to coach, give the direct coach to people that really need it, and inspire all of you who are interested to have your step into the game. So this is for not just consulting applicants or offeree, but also for people with general interest in business and to try it out if this is a great or best career choice for you. So why do we want to initiate this program? Right? We see that our panelists already talk about different consulting clubs, different resources. But we do see lack of resources in doing real projects for real companies. Even for consulting clubs in UCLA, USC, probably they don't have so many real consulting projects for you to really work on, have a taste of what it is really like to be working in consulting industry. So that's why we want to initiate this program, because we see some of the resources that are lacking this end. I also want to touch upon YD, right? We have a large network of management consultants and also strong network even beyond that. We have many executives in different walks of life can also contribute and can mentor. And thirdly, LEAP is a great community for us to really find case partners, to find people with similar interests to work on something together. So with that all said, what do we plan to do? Mainly we provide two parts. One is the pro bono consulting projects. So if you are interested, you can apply for participating in pro bono projects that are led by top-notch experienced consultants. And let me tell you how it works. Right? Typically in a consulting firm, in a consulting project, we have engagement director who will deal with mainly the client relationships, how to solve a problem, strategically. And then we will have engagement managers to really handle the day-to-day operations, how to dissect the problem and assign the work to each individual. And then we have associates and analysts who can contribute their part in analytical problem solving or conceptual problem solving. So if you all don't have so much experience in consulting, you probably can join as an analyst. And over time, if you begin to be more experienced, you can advance to associate, take more responsibilities. After even more experience, you can be an engagement manager over time. So the first part is the engagement pro bono projects. The second part is the community, which is exactly what I just talked about, where you can progressively advance your consulting skill sets and build up your knowledge and expertise. So this is what we plan to do. So what is the next thing? Today we'll launch our first pro bono projects. The topic is about high-tech growth strategy. It's usually type of sexy projects in consulting firms, growth projects, strategy projects. So it is 6-week work. We have potentially have 46 people, and will be led by leading consultants. They will start early next year, January. You are very welcome to apply before the deadline. There will be some chart so that you can take it seriously. Also scholarship opportunities, given how much interest you are. So everyone are very welcome. Like if you are offeree for consulting firms, you really want to see how can I get ahead of the game before I even enter the consulting firm. That will be for you. You probably can be an EM or can be associated. If you are interested in business or strategy consulting, you are very welcome to join as well. So send one-page resume to this email address, and we'll send out the application form. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to really get a taste of what real consulting project is. Let me just add, like many people may write pro bono projects experience on their resume, but what I can hear from some of my friends, they are usually not very hardcore. Like, they don't have real MBB consultants or top-notch consultants to give you real advice on how you should improve and what is lacking in your page making, in the strategy there. This project will be, we call it more serious. We're solving real problems, and people really care about the result of your strategy. But at the same time, it is a very friendly environment for you to step into the consulting industry. Even if you have zero experience, as long as you have interest, you can apply. People will help you, coach you, and get better over time together. So that's it. So if you are interested, come to me or send an email to this email address. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Daesung, for introducing this wonderful opportunity to get ahead in the consulting business. So I think that concludes our business consulting panel. So let's give another round of applause to our panelists today. Yeah, thank you all for attending next week.
Interview workshop. 其实我是一个 recruiter， 我做猎头。So for me, this is the most important workshop because I don't care how good is your resume. If you cannot interview, you cannot get the job. So this is very important. I hope you can pay very close attention, take some good notes, and we are so honored to have Dr. Sophia Lee to be the presenter for this workshop. She is the Assistant Director of Career Services for the UCLA School of Engineering. Can you please give her a round of applause?
All right, thank you so much. Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming to today's interview lightning talk. So I don't know if you understand what lightning talk means. I learned this from people who are coming from Silicon Valley. That means it's going to be short, quick, but inspiring. Okay, so let's go. I'm Sophia Lee. And I am the Assistant Director for Career Services at Samuel Lee School of Engineering at UCLA. It's an honor to be invited here today. Our topic today, interview your first date with the company. And how do you make it to the second date? I'm sure that many of you have the dating experience, right? Right? Yes, I hope so. Anyway, so your interview with the company is like your first date. Think about what you would do for your first date. That's what you are going to do for interviewing with the company, all right? So, 90 seconds. Nail that opening. So what are you going to do with that 90 seconds? When you meet the person the first time, you are going to dress professionally, you are going to smile, you are going to make an eye contact, you are going to shake hands confidently, you are going to be fully engaged. You are going to fully engage in the whole interview process. Just like when you are facing that date the first time, you are going to be fully engaged. And remember, it is a two-way communication. Because when you meet a person the first time, not only that you want to gain the favor of that person, you are also trying to see if that person fits you. Is that right? All right? So it's the same thing. You are going to be communicating with the company. At the same time, you are going to be evaluating whether the company fits you or not, right? So you wanted to give a relatively relevant short answer, and you wanted to ask thoughtful questions. If the interviewer is a good interviewer, the interviewer is going to give you a lot of details of the job. He or she is going to tell you what's the reality of that job. So listen to that, listen to the challenges and opportunities of that job, and ask thoughtful questions about those challenges and opportunities that the interviewer told you, okay? So the reason why that you don't want your answer too long is because that you are going to lose the person. So give a relevant short questions. If they wanted to know more, they are going to ask you more, all right? Get rid of the verbal tics. If you are interviewing for a professional job, you are going to talk like a professional. So what do I mean by get rid of the verbal tics? So something like this. You don't say like, you don't say I think, you don't say you know, okay? So these are the things that you don't want to use in your interview. sloppiness in speech often reflects sloppiness in thinking. So remember that. Positive attitude, your presence, your enthusiasm will make a long-lasting impression. Then your talk. Trust me. People are not going to remember what you talk about during the interview, but they are going to remember you as a person who come in with the positive energy, the positive attitude, the enthusiasm, and your professional presence, okay? Just like today. You may not remember what I'm telling you, but you are going to remember Sophia is that energetic, enthusiastic, passionate speaker that I met today, all right? Okay, so that's the kind of things. Here I have to use Chinese. That's 气场. You know that, right? 气场. Okay, so when you walk into that interview, you are going to give that person 气场, right? Okay, that's very important. Your energy, all right? Okay, wing it, don't wing it. So I have students who go to the interview without practice. They are not going to make it. You are going to practice, 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 so that you are going to be able to think on your feet. Once you know your material inside out, you are going to be able to improvise. Before you know your material inside out, you are not going to be able to improvise. Okay? So you need to practice. And you wanted to answer the question confidently, succinctly, with specifics. They are looking for specifics. Interviewers wanted to hear that you really know your stuff. So you need to give specifics. On your story, if on your resume you have some gaps, you need to have a good story to let people know why you have gaps on your resume. If you have any special skills, you have any special background, growing, on your growing up, your upbringings, by all means, let the interviewer know. If you put down something like you have a black belt on Taekwondo, or you are the 5.0 tennis player, that's a conversation starter. Okay, you may be able to connect with the interviewer. So connecting the dots of your life to create a compelling story. I don't mean lying. I'm just saying that you should be able to create a compelling story. All right. Organize your answer in bullet points. How do you do that? It's not a resume. I know that you put bullet points on your resume to grab people's attention, right? But when you answer the question, how can you put the bullet points on your answer? This is what you do. So tell me, why should we hire you? You are going to go like this. I believe I'm the best candidate for this job because of, number one, I have such and such degree from such and such university, and I have a 3.9 GPA. Number two, I have interned at such and such company for the past 2 summers. Number three, I have got my license from such and such society of, say, actuaries. When you do something like that, the interviewer is going to see how organized you are. You are going to grab their attention. You bring the key points to them. All right, so that's how you do the bullet points in your answer. Or you can say something like, first of all, secondly, most importantly. You can say something like that. That's how you bring up the organization and also the key points. Behavioral questions. You are going to do it in the STAR method. I'm sure that many of you have already heard about STAR method, right? It's going to be, you are going to start with telling the people. So say they ask you that. So give me an example of that, the most challenging project that you have done so far, and how did you deal with it? You are going to give them first the situation, what's happening in that particular time that the company is facing, and you have this challenging project. And then after that, you know that you have tasks in hand. And those tasks, you know that you have to take some actions. And after the actions, there are some positive results. And you are going to tell the interviewer the role that you play to achieve that result. All right? So behavioral questions usually come from where? Your job description. It's always coming from the qualifications, the requirements, the competencies. So read those job descriptions to know what kind of behavioral question they are going to ask you, right? Anything you dare to put on your resume, they dare to grill you. And this is coming directly from my tennis partner. He is a higher up executive at Samsung. There was one time he told me during our tennis rally, he told me that anything your candidates dare to put on their resume, we dare to grill them. That means what? Means that you have to know your resume inside out. If you put down something that you don't really have the qualification, the skill, the knowledge, when they grill you, you won't be able to give a solid answer. And they can tell. They can tell that you don't really have that, right? Now, a mindset of learning. You are going to walk in there with a mindset of learning that you are ready to learn. Let your interviewer know. They want you. When you walk into the interview room, remember that these people, interviewers, they have a job, they have a position to fill. They wanted to find a great match so that they can close the case. So when you walk in, you want to make them think that you are the great match for this job. A question you have not prepared for. What happens if they ask you something you have not prepared for? Well, calm down, all right? So you are going to answer the question directly if you can find a good example. If you cannot, then just use a hypothetical situation. If you don't have the real story, tell a hypothetical story, all right? Remember to send a thank you note within 24 hours. You are going to listen very carefully when the interviewer tell you about the challenges and opportunities of the job. So in your thank you notes, you are going to say, reiterate your interest and let them know that you are ready to embrace the challenges and the opportunities of the job. Believe that this is the job you want at this point of your life. If you walk into the interview room and you have that lukewarm feeling about the job, like, this is not really the job I want, they know it. Just like when you walk into meeting your date the first time, when you meet that person, you say, the other person know that, right? Okay, so you have to convince yourself, believe in yourself, this is the job you want at this point in your life. Believe you will hire yourself if you are the hiring manager. This is very important. The best salesperson believe in their product. You are selling a product. Yourself. So you wanted to believe that if you are the hiring manager, you wanted to hire yourself. You have to convince yourself that. If you don't want to hire yourself, who will? Right? Okay. Believe that this job has your name on it. When you have a job description, study that. Check all the qualification you have. Check all the enthusiastic things that you have. And then you walk in there thinking that this is a job, have your name on it. And let them know. Let them know that you are the best match for this job. You are special. When you are invited for an interview, so think about it. Out of all those hundreds, thousands of applicants, you have been chosen for an interview. So, pat yourself on the shoulder. You are going to be confident and proud of yourself that you have made this far. You were invited for an interview. You walk in with that confidence. It's a miracle when you are chosen for the job, it's a miracle. Anytime a job offer to you, think about the probabilities, think about the chances that out of all these good applicants that you have been chosen for the job. So be grateful, all right? Now, throughout the whole entire process, you wanted to remember, convey these messages. You wanted to convey your passion. Your passion is where you are the most unique. You wanted to convey your power. Your power is where you have the strength. You wanted to convey your purpose. Your purpose is where you can make a contribution. I don't have that in there as a slide, but I just wanted to tell you. These are the kind of things that, in general, Asian students are lack of, but these are the things that in this country, they value that. Your passion, your power, your purpose. You wanted to convey that throughout the whole entire job process. Thank you so much. I'm Sophia Lee, and here is my contact information. You can take a photo, and I'm looking forward to connect with you. Thank you so much.
It's my honor to moderate the next panel, which is probably the most exciting part of this whole afternoon. It's very interactive. So it's my honor to introduce you the three hiring managers sitting in the front. So we have Angela. And we have Edward. And we have Robert. All right, and beyond that, I also have two commentators, Dr. Veronica Guo and Sophia. So let me introduce a little bit about the rules. It's fairly simple. So we have two candidates. They'll be sitting here, have about 3 minutes self-intro, and the hiring management panel will ask the candidate questions. And we also give them an opportunity to ask back for the positions that they're interested in. And after that, we have our two commentators give comments to the process of the interview, and there will be a decision making from the panel. So let's get started. Let me introduce today's two candidates, and we have Wei Hao, our first candidate. All right, it's your stage.
Hi, good afternoon. If you ask me who will be the next one or next group of people to change the world, I would say the AI engineers. My name is Wei Hao, and I specialize in turning those what-ifs into done deals with a blend of data science and innovative technology solutions. With a master's degree from University of Southern California and a solid foundation in mathematics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, I've cultivated a passion to use data-driven decision-making to achieve great success. But my academic journey was more than just theory. It was about applying my knowledge in machine learning, data mining, and geospatial analysis to solve real-world problems. My projects often revolve around community impact and efficiency. For instance, I conducted an extensive apartment rate analysis in Los Angeles using Python for data scraping and analysis, revealing significant insights into housing economics. But what sets me apart, it isn't just my technical knowledge or my background in mathematics and data science. It's my unwavering commitment to transforming complex data into actionable strategies. In another project of mine, I utilized ArcGIS Pro for a public transit analysis for Chattanooga, Tennessee, assessing the transit efficiency and presenting my findings through compelling data visualizations. I believe we can harness the power of data to achieve great success and to push those success to a new heights. And as a data scientist, I'm eager to contribute to all these transformative initiatives. Thank you for this opportunity for me to present myself into my interviewers, and I look forward to the possibility to contributing to your team and make a great impact in the future. Thank you.
Okay, and to move forward, because of line limitation, we just have one question from the panel, from each of you.
Oh, one from each of us.
Yes, yes.
Do you want to come to the microphone?
Can anyone sit on the back, hear what the panel is talking?
Can you hear us without the microphone? It's okay? Okay. So my question for you would be, sorry, I want you guys to hear. So my question for you is, it looks like you have all the technical background that you need. My question is, how do you make sure that you're meeting the expectations of what your client wants or what your boss wants? How do you make sure that your expectations are aligned with their expectations?
Well, thank you, Angela. That's a great question. Yes, the most direct answer is communication. It's always communication. And communication in the era of artificial intelligence becomes more and more important. It's not only for the engineers, but also for the business part. And me as a data scientist, I would say data science is a part which is not that understandable for all people. So using easy language to introduce the field of your expertise to your clients is very important. That's the first step. And then you can generate a good solution of technology to help your client to solve their questions, their problems. And you have to tell your client, your boss, and all your colleagues how you're gonna solve these questions with your technology. And they might not understand the mechanism of a program or some big models, but they will know this model is for a certain purpose. It's not from nothing. So back to your question, yes, communication. Explain as much as you can to your clients and your colleagues. Thank you.
I guess my question is, you have demonstrated your expertise. What set you apart from all other AI scientists? That's first. And second, if that has set you apart, can you demonstrate to me an actual demo sample that you actually done, the experience that made you set that apart? And that is my question. Can you guys hear all of that? Yes. Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Edward. As I have done two other projects during my graduate studies. One, for both projects, I was the leader of the project team. So for my responsibilities, it was not much about the technical part. It's more about the project management part. I firstly got to know each other and understand their strengths and their weakness, so I can assign suitable work to them accordingly. And then I make good timeline to make sure they understand what they should do. And finally, I feel it would this kind of methodology help me to achieve great success in both academic and in project. And if I answer question directly, I would say the project management skill will be the part which sets me apart. And I also maintain the good skills in data science and in problem solving. So the combination of those two parts, both technology part and the communication part, will be my strengths in my career world. Thank you.
And then I'll ask a technical question. And tripling it up is also like an apartment operator. We also did similar thing with your first project as apartment rate. I think one key challenge for all the analysts is try to make sure the data quality that is structured data and it's clean. Tell me more about how you overcome that challenge. And you also mentioned AI can be a great tool. And what do you think AI can help you on the analysis?
I've been, thank you, Leo, Global, right? I've been living with tripling for 2 years. And what surprised me is the rent fee increase every year for about 10%. But considering the inflation rate, it's totally acceptable. But it doesn't mean we can just accept it and don't think more about the rate, about the ratio. So in the era of AI, of course we can just ask ChatGPT why the rate of my apartment increase every year and for that high level. But we, as a scientist, as all AI engineers, we can dive into this question more to solve this question with the AI technologies. The first step of all AI models, of all AI studies, is getting the data, like you said. So to do data cleaning, to do data pre-processing, like remove the duplicate data and other things, will be very useful and important. But how to achieve this step, it requires a good understanding in like renting business and other business. So I would repeat my idea again. In this area, we must understand the business first as a scientist if you want to do real business job. So that would be my answer for half of your question. For the other of your question, I would give another example of myself. Let me just use the example of my first project. I got the data mostly from the official website of all the renting companies, but most of them are outdated actually. So it took me a lot of time to call and get the real data. So I believe it's not just the technology part to get the correct data. It's also the part of reliability. It's also a question about build a good platform for all real, true, reliable data. So once this platform can be built, our data analysis skills, our AI level could be improved much more than recent years. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And right now, all right. So next is our candidates' right to ask back to the panel.
As a new graduate, my question would be, because I don't have, for now, I have not yet verified my ideas about my thinking of combining the business and data science. So how would you evaluate my ideas of combining the business intelligence or business knowledge and data science knowledge? Would it be useful, or you think it's optional? I would start with, I would ask Clover, Liu, could you answer the question for me?
That's actually a really good question. So should I go there? I think here is fine, right? Here is good. Okay, thank you. I'll see everyone is hard as a graduate to actually understand the business. So I also majored in analytics when I was master's degree in Pasadena, and then I started to do operation at first by a leasing admin. So I talk to residents all the time. I try to be a leasing agent. I try to also do the property inspection. So that I can finally understand the business. So it's the first step is if you want to really dig into the industry. So as an analyst, and for now, market is quite competitive. So just to join a company and have a 70K annual salary for analysis is our dream job, but it's really hard. So the first step, if you have a chance, my first suggestion is just join a company and start working and learn that industry. And the second is your day-to-day responsibility. I feel for now, our culture is more like do your own business in your team. But for now, if you are more curious, understand how the business is doing, how other team is doing, and try to present it, and then you can learn more and definitely contribute to the company. And the third thing, I think for this for analytics, sometimes we think about great model, so we want to use some fancy tool, and sometimes it's just spreadsheet. So I would say to the government to do more analytics and look into the numbers to try to understand what's the insights. And then after the 2 or 3 years, we will be definitely a great analyst.
Thank you, Clover.
Okay. Thank you. And I think I'll give some time to the interview panel so you can do some evaluation and come up with the conclusion. And in the meantime, I'll go to the commentators group. Can Sophia, Meredith, any of you give some comments to the interview process? Any of you?
I guess it should be fun by sitting here, right? Can you hear me? Oh, wait. As a professor, I have to use talking and speaking very loudly. I have some notes here, just throw out very quickly for the candidates. So first of all, I really love your self-pitch because you start with a question and then answer it with sort of relating back to the theme of yourself at your pitch. I love that way. And also, I think you really presented very strong technical background for the interviewers, and that really shows that you're digging into expertise and showing them I'm a good fit for the positions. Some advice for future references, and also I didn't really know whether it's really fit for this context. So first of all, nonverbal communication will be part of it because I teach business communication, so communication is really more like a holistic demonstration of your personal impression for others. So not just through your verbal. I think you prepared well. If you can look at your interviewers more, look at your audience more, be more confident with more facial expressions and hand gestures and so forth. Also, on the stage is important. While the tech is down, you probably want to, if I were you, I probably would move to the center of the stage, just stay away from the staff, so we can still focus on you while you're speaking. So that's number one. Number two of my suggestion would be a bit more specific and relate back more to the positions. I think your stories and your examples worked so well in terms of answering the question, but you were part of my workshop sessions, right? Before, I think you should remember this. Yeah. So one of the formula or the equation I give to my students is that DER define, explain, and relate. So define your key qualifications while you're answering the questions, and explain your story, which is very well done in your part, and relate back more to the questions they ask you or to the position they offer to you. So I think you did a very good job in the explanation part. and relate a bit more to the position, how you can contribute back to the position or the company with the qualifications you have already. The last one would be, I think this is for everybody right here, and when you have a long story or when you have a wide range of qualifications to present, try to highlight some keywords or phrases so that people have short attention span. I'm gonna feel sorry to say that, but that's actually the fact. When they interview a lot of people already, it will be better to remember the key words from your key phrases you invent specifically for this position. Those are going to be some shortcut you can use in communication or communicating yourself. But overall, I think you did a very good job, very well prepared, and then a very strong background. I'm going to leave to the interviewers to make the decision.
Thank you so much for the advice.
All right. Thank you, Veronica. So let's go back to the interview panel. It would be great if you can summarize the evaluation and maybe come up with a conclusion. Maybe can you have anyone to represent the whole panel too?
Oh, we're supposed to represent together.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Together.
I mean, whatever.
Go ahead.
Oh, whatever. I just say, I'm looking for a web developer right now who can help our team with AI stuff specifically. So, of course, I'm very interested in seeing if his expertise can help us out. I'm more of a data analyst, but I don't know if that's something you can still help us with. So I'd definitely be interested in learning more about your background and what we're trying to accomplish and seeing if it's a good fit.
Yeah, sure. What we're looking for is a business development managers that are upfront together, working together with the hospital, capability to take the 4-step forward. And if that seems to be your background, you'll feel free to contact me. My business card is outside, so please.
Thank you so much, Albert.
I cannot say no to my customer. I think we don't have the full-time analyst for entry level. We have to have the industry experience, but we have some internship for analysts. So we can keep in touch.
Thank you, Clover.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the conclusion from the panel. And let's give another round of applause to the candidate and the panel. Thank you. Thank you. Very well done. And let me introduce our next candidate. It's Bao Bao. Please come on the stage, and I'll leave the stage to you.
Hi. When I'm standing here, how could you describe me? I choose 4 words. I'm a positive and romantic woman in life, and detail-oriented and ambitious team player at work. Good afternoon, I'm Bao Bao Tian, a master student from USC. I'm always passionate about using data to tell a story and make decisions. In the following introduction, I will introduce you my experience and my skill set. For me, now I'm majoring in analytics from USC, and I got a bachelor degree in finance. Because of my interest towards financial markets and business world, I exchanged to LSE for a summer semester to study more about the financial knowledge. Next, let me go through my resume about my internship experience. I just finished a strategy consulting intern last month, which is about an IPO project. My responsibility is to design strategy for our clients, including do desk research to benchmark companies in the same industry and analyze clients' financial performance. From this experience, I enhanced my data analysis skills and research skills. Last summer, I was interned in a LA-based venture capital company. My duty is to extract and analyze the data to support the investment team to make decisions. And because of this experience, I found myself passionate about combining my analytical skills and into the investment world, which I think is a career path could bring me insights and professional growth. I can have a chance to communicate with more with you and have a chance to grow with your company together. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the interview panel for questions.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. So my question for you is, what do you think are the top qualities that a financial analyst should possess, and how do you think you match up with those qualities in terms of qualifying for a position as a financial analyst?
Thanks for asking. For this question, I think there are three key skill sets that a financial analyst needs. The first one I think is data analysis skills, which including like data extracting, data cleansing, and generate some use visualization tools to give suggestions for clients or manager. The second key skill set I think is modeling skills, including like build financial models in Excel or build regression model in Python or SQL to predict the like stock future price or house price, room price, or something like that. The third skill I think is important is the skill for doing research and report, which I think is a common technical skills for all of the industry to generate report and do research and get insight towards our clients or the industry.
What about non-technical skills? What about like qualities like soft skills? What do you think is the most important soft skill?
For financial analysts, the first one I think most important, as we have said, is communication. This is important both internal and external. For internal, it's important because we need to make sure a lot of details of the specific work, which is the executive work I need to do to deliver to the manager and or to the clients. For the external is like presentation, doing report, deliver a thing for our clients. Means we are trustworthy partner. We are you can trust me, make you get more profit or growth. Thank you.
Can you define what's your career goal? Are you an analyst? Do you prefer to go on to be an underwriter? What specific field are you really looking at from a financial perspective? I see you come from a security background, also see that you've done some analysts, but on the digital aspect of it, it doesn't seem to fit on your primary introduction of your passion and romance, so I assume you're looking for something beyond. And can you define and quantify that in one simple word for us? Anyone here on the back row? Yes, please.
Thanks for asking. For the specific position I want to apply, I would say is financial analyst and data analyst. As you mentioned, I have a lot of experience in some like securities, consulting, or venture capital. I think this is my way to explore my career path, and that is because of this experience. I finally found I wanna finally grow and succeed in a in investment industry as an analyst to combine my analytical skills and business knowledge together. Thank you.
Just real quick, would it be better to say that you're sinking off into be a financial analyst rather than more data and detail analyst? You're a qual squad, right? You're looking for that spot. Am I correct? Is that what you're trying to define?
You mean the exact position I want to apply is?
Yeah, exact passion position.
Passion? Yes, definitely.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I still want to ask a similar question or to his question's extension. And if you are a financial analyst for a company, what do you think makes you most successful, or what kind of project you want to do? Do you want to see the financial reports and to guide the decision making, Whereas the first one, you also want them to build the data team, to do the underwriting and try to have some funds. What makes you most successful and most you think you really contribute to the company?
Thanks for asking. For me, I think from the first 1 to 2 years, I'd love to do some basic data analysis work to support the whole team, to support the whole project. But from the 3rd to 5 years, I hope I can be a project leader, which have the insight and the ability to make decisions, to make financial decisions for investment or for some future planning issues. Am I answering your question? I think you have another half questions that might miss.
So maybe give us a quick example that you made it and you feel is really successful and makes you also feel like you are actually contributing.
Okay, thank you. I think for me now, it's an entry-level analyst. The most exciting thing for me is to to build my model and test the model. When it achieve a high accuracy, it make me satisfied and make me valuable for the company and for the whole team. Thank you.
That's a good sign.
Thank you.
Right now is the candidate's turn to ask back to the panel.
As a new grad and as a future entry-level analyst, I want to ask you how do you see about a new grad to stand out in a workplace?
Do you have anyone in particular you want to ask?
Maybe Angela first.
Okay, sure. So my opinion, specifically to financial analysts actually, because this is a role we place pretty frequently, I think it's great when you are working hard to prove yourself. It's great if you're involved in a lot of projects during school and if you've been in internships. But the thing that I seem to find that is the biggest struggle is you're not humble enough. And I don't want to give you the wrong impression because I know in Chinese culture, it's very, humbleness is something that's very common. So I know you guys are really good at being humble, but it seems like as soon as you get into the job, you think you know everything what to do, and it takes us actually a lot of time to train you in what we need. So just be aware of that. We kind of consider that your first 6 months is basically a training period, and in a lot of situations. So just please try to be aware, you have a lot to learn. And then we're happy if you come to the table with new ideas, especially now that AI is becoming such a big deal. You young people have a huge advantage over us because you understand the technology, you understand the AI better than I do. So I'm happy for you to bring your ideas and your suggestions to the table, but also just remember you have a lot to learn still in your first year after college. So please be humble and be engaged and be trying to get feedback and improve all the time. So any student that can do that, who's A, confident but also humble, is a student that I want to work with.
Thank you. I think it's very useful to all new grads. Thank you.
I think for my part, the aspect of it is, I see that you have a lot of passion in finance, but I think the other side is expressing yourself much more in depth in terms of where each step you want to be, makes it much more clarity, especially if you're participating as an entry-level data analyst. You give a clarity to the team what you can do. It also sets the expectations without unexpected things. And I think if you're able to define that, the roadmap very clear, it obviously sets you apart very far away from all the other teams. So I would suggest just be clear on that path. But in an aspect of it, I like the resume, I see it, and this is fantastic. So congratulations, the right track.
Thank you.
It's for reflection. So I saw your resume after you did a lot of things. That's good. But when you as a new grad to join a company, they probably assign so many different tasks for you. So important to ask them later on how good if I'm doing this right or not. Ask them for suggestion and also ask them why they are assigning this work to you. So gradually you will understand the different tasks have the meaning, and you can try to get everything together so you can understand the whole project and go to the next level.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say you definitely apply a lot of things I taught you in class. So very good job. First of all, I love how you designed your introduction and your introduction about your background. If you go, you can go to the second slide. Oh, sorry, third one. Third one, yeah. Just a little bit suggestion on the designing of your slides right here. Since you're laying out the whole experience of your background right here, right? It's a lot of words. So you know not all of people are very good at multitasking, especially while we're listening to you and also reading the words. So it would be better if you can highlight some of the keywords on the left side, especially, like in a different color and whatever. So we can definitely quickly identify your qualifications from the scanning, right? And also, I think just following up on Edward's advice, right? He wants you to define a very clear career path. What if you replace the middle part with your planned career path? For instance, so instead of the name of the companies, I'm assuming, so or some other like qualifications, for instance, that would be more like highlighting your the keywords you want to express to us. And also, I think in terms of your the way you answer questions, I love how you apply the structure you learned already. But again, relating more back to the position, how you can contribute to the employers, because a lot of times when you understand your qualifications, we have to or recruiters have to make the dots in their minds for themselves. So why don't you do that for them, right? To highlight the specific contribution or more like the general contributions you can do for them. That would be even more efficient, actually. But overall, very good job. Yeah.
Thank you, very useful advice.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments from the commentators panel. Let's go back to the interview panel for conclusion.
Okay, so I'm representing one of our clients who is hiring a financial analyst at entry level right now, and I definitely would like to have a conversation with you afterwards to get some more idea of what you're hoping to find in your next. We're looking for a real estate focused one, so I don't know if that's what you're interested in, but if you are, definitely would love to talk to you, and if that goes well, refer you to our clients. So hope we can talk more later.
Thank you, I'd love to.
We're looking for business development, so it might be a little different. However, the company is a startup, it's a fast track. It is looking to IPO, and so there is something here that I'm pretty interested to further understand a bit more. And of course, I think I posed some few questions about accomplishment, and certainly like to get a bit more detail, so feel free to contact me afterward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I had some similar experience with what you listed here, and definitely want to talk to you more to understand your career path. And for now, we have an analyst role, but that's for the project real estate analysis. But that's needs more experience. But definitely want to learn more, and personally, I can help you to get a more clear career plan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the conclusion from the panel. And hopefully everybody can learn something from this open discussion. And let's just give another round of applause to our candidates and the panel. Thank you.
So I'm going to announce the wonderful moderator for this panel, and that is Ms. Hailin Liu. She is the Business Development Associate of Midas Themis Insight. Can I get a round of applause?
Hi, thank you and for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we dive into our discussion, let's have a moment to get to know each other a little bit better. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Hailin Liu, and I have the honor of moderating this panel session today. And now I'd like to invite each of you on panel to briefly introduce yourself. Please state your name and a bit about your background or interest in entrepreneurship. Let's create a sense of camaraderie among us.
Good afternoon, my name is Chongyan Luo. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Coastside Therapeutics. I graduated with an undergrad in physics from Tsinghua, and I got my PhD in material science from UC Santa Barbara. And I worked in industry afterwards, first in Silicon Valley, and then moved out here to Socal. I started a number of companies. I also did almost 10 years of M&A, buying companies and selling them and operating them. Fire a bunch of people, hire a lot of people. On the way, I learned a lot. I wear many hats, and I really enjoyed the journey. I incubated 2 companies last year, total raised $12 million in seed funding from EDVC. I go to Silicon Valley very often. I've been to San Hill Road in Silicon Valley 3 times so far in October. So I've been very busy. I'm also busy my next round of my own company, Coastside Therapeutics. We've been in business for since 2019. We're doing drug delivery, helping immunogenic drugs to avoid the immune system and be systemically delivered to solve a major problem facing the biotech industry. And we're here to, our goal is to have our first IND clinical trial next year, and hopefully we will have our first drug on the market in the next few years, hopefully.
I'm going to stand just for the people in the back. I'm Robin Rowe, and I'm the managing director of a family office and also involved in many different companies. I founded my first startup at age 16, a car company. And recently I've been in Shanghai. I was there for the UN Summit on Metaverse. I chair the UN Medical Metaverse Task Group that is creating a specification to interoperate telemedicine systems across the world. I have also been a professor. I taught computer science at the University of Washington and at the Naval Postgraduate School. What else? I'm always at a loss when people ask me what I do because I do too many things. Everyone tells me I do too many things. I agree with them, but I still do too many things. Last week I was working as a consultant, going back to our 2 panels ago, for a Air Force Pacific board gaming exercise. And if you want, I was given the questions, thank you, ahead of time, of what I might be asked. So if you go to gashrodin.com, you can actually see the questions and what my answers are in case I don't say anything more. Thank you.
My name is Liu Humi. In Chinese, Catherine. English. I'm an undergraduate from Peking University. I studied law, and so the past over 20 years I've been in the legal field. So currently I'm the founding partner of Nextgen Law. So we start helping startup and with VC fund to get their entity set up and help them to handling the VC financing, mergers and acquisitions, and IPOs. We also have an intellectual property force in our firm to help startups to file patent and trademarks, things like that. Because of our background of both legal application practice in China, Hong Kong, and the US, so we had a lot of cross-border deals. I'm very familiar with people with similar background and start their companies here and try to run the operations and what their question will be and what their problems will be. So like this is a law firm for the local startup and who they're looking for lawyers can also share the same experience.
Hi, my name is Guanxi Yi. I don't have any English name, so they can call me Guanxi. So I start from economics and end up at an economics PhD from UCLA. So after I graduate, I want to go academia, but later I go to industry. I served as an economist and quantum researcher for a leading asset management company for years. And in 2018, I started my first company. It's basically investment and consulting stuff, especially for startups doing business cross-border. After this year, I switched my interest to AI. So I started a company doing AI stuff, especially for a platform as an AI operating system. We'll produce the project later. Okay. So as for my interests, as a people who do theoretical economists, I personally interested in thinking how things works. Right? I spend a lot of time to thinking everything how things works. Everything good that deep kind of bring my interest. But some people think I'm boring. They don't want to go that deep in the topic. But I just can't help myself to discuss things like that. Anyway, so yeah, that's all about myself. Thank you.
My name is Ben, and I started as a professional employee, just like many of you want to probably get into. I started at EY for 9 years, and then 2 years at EY China as a partner. I also spent 2 years at Goldman Sachs as an investment analyst. And back in 2016-17, I actually left EY and started my own startup called Technology Credit. It's actually still working today. It's a portfolio company of Honest. At the same time, I started with two of my other co-founders. We founded Cheese, which is initially was a debit card, just like any debit card that you use, Wells Fargo. But we transitioned from debit card to a personal credit building loan as a fintech product. So aside from the two startups that I run on a daily basis, I also work with my colleague Jasmine here, busy on the cell phone. We're a good team member. We sit down our Sandstone's investment committee. We review a lot of the early stage investments through our Long Beach Accelerators, Snap, also some of our growth funds as well. So if anybody wants to look into potential deals or get the first investment or second investment, you can talk to me and Jasmine about it.
Thank you all for those insightful introduction. It's evident that we have a wealth of knowledge and expertise in the room today. Now let's dive into our first topic of discussion. In the realm of entrepreneurship, which quality do you believe stand out as the most pivotal for ensuring success? Could you share any personal stories or insights that shape your perspective on this matter? Let's start from Jane.
All right. I think for me, my insights into entrepreneurship is that I actually was a corporate employee. So after 11 years at EY, the difficult decision for me to make is, do I really just give up everything that I did and jump into something that's very uncertain? So that was my biggest challenge. And in terms of the experiences, I think the reason I wanted to leave the corporate world is because I feel something that's in my mind, especially for the 2 years that I was in China, was sent back to China at the expat. I learned a lot of the startup scenes. I see EBE, for example. I see mobile, they're all coming up really big. So I thought those are something that I thought, can I do it myself? So that was really the seed that was planted in me back in 2014. So when I moved back to the United States after my 2 years, I decided to take that leap of faith to start my own company. But the journey hasn't been that successful. Initially, you have a great idea. You think that you know what business is all about because you worked at Ernst & Young and Goldman Sachs. People give you a lot of credits. But when you actually really dive into the real world, it's very difficult. I still quote this day my co-founder Ken from Cheese. He kind of told me initially, he said, hey Zen, at that time I was still at EY, he pointed a finger at me and said, hey Zen, you're just a dog. You actually are comfortable eating dog food at EY because they feed you every day. You don't have to go, you don't have to go outside and hunt like us as a real entrepreneur. And if you want to eat meat, you got to work with me. That's how I actually started the Cheese back in 2019.
It's a question for everyone. Okay. So my understanding for entrepreneurship is that I think it's a combination of the interest and also leadership. First, interest. So it's because you want to do something people don't do before, right? Or not many people do this, or maybe it's not mature enough, maybe it's a new thing, right? You need to take a step out to do things that need the spirit of adventures. You want to take this journey. And leadership is that you can't do these things all yourself, right? You need to convince others to share the same need and spirit can grow as a team to finish this journey. So I'm still, on this journey and figure out what exactly entrepreneurship. I think the spirit is changing time over time. But for now, that's my, interpretation of this.
Yeah. So I mean, as a lawyer, I oftentimes advise startup entrepreneurs. I feel the most, important value for a startup entrepreneur is that always be prepared. I mean, like once you start the, startup journey, then you have to handle everything. When you start handling everything, always get prepared. For example, when you try to sell to the investor your ideas, when you talk to a potential customers, this is the moment when you don't think you are outward, you are more introvert. You still need to sell your ideas to others. Whether you get prepared enough to convey your idea to others, step into others' shoes, to help others understand you. I think that's the very key value for entrepreneurs to get the right moment to do the right thing. And also, for example, when people try to get financing, oftentimes they don't do much due diligence. They keep on asking questions. I want how much money, and this is my idea. But they don't think whether that investor is the right investor for the companies. So instead of just taking money or asking for capital, you also think otherwise, whether this is the right person or right investor for you. So there's a lot of back-end work that entrepreneurs can do before you present your ideas to others. I think that leads to the parts to success.
So I'm going to take a poll. Who here is a student or is very interested in entering the job market? We have no students here, really? Come on. I've got a couple hands.
Maybe repeat the question again.
Yeah, so who here is a student? Who here is not a professor?
Not a professor.
Okay. So we got that. Now, who of the people with their hands raised has no box because they're looking for a job? Put up 2 hands. Not very many, okay. Who would be willing to change the job they have now if they could have a better boss? If their manager was much better. Oh, we got lots of 2 hands now. Even people who aren't students are willing to put their hands up for that. Okay, so if you want to be, if you really want to have a better boss, if that is really important to you, then the best way might be that you be the boss. And so for the people that have their hands raised, I would ask you, do you have a startup idea? Do you actually have a startup now? Are you on your way to productizing your idea? Because these are all things that you can do while you're still a student, while you still have another job. You don't need to wait. If you're waiting, then you're looking for something that's not entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurs do not wait. That's what's different about being an entrepreneur.
Well, first of all, I've got bad news for you. 95% of the startup fail. Not the word against. Okay? Maybe one of them will succeed. But the good news is that you have a shot if you start now. I believe ideas are cheap. Everybody has tons of ideas all the way. But if you're able to spot a problem, identify a problem that's worth solving, that you're passionate about, then you got something. You got the basic quality of entrepreneur. And another important quality of an entrepreneur is the ability or the desire to come up with a solution as quickly as possible, as simply as possible, to solve that problem, to work on that problem. you can have all sorts of fancy technology, great design, but if you can't deliver a product that the customer wants, that solves the problem, then you don't have a product, you don't have a company. As simple as that. So identify the problem first, find a solution first. It may not be perfect. Actually, perfectionists are not good entrepreneurs. I will not invest on anybody who's a perfectionist. I can tell whether there are perfectionists. I like people who like to put things together, maybe very early stage, not ready, but at least they put together quick. That's a good quality that investors like.
Thank you for those valuable insights. Let's moving on to our next topic. Seeking a co-founder is a crucial step in any entrepreneurial endeavor. Could you please elaborate the potential challenge one might face in this process, and could each of you offer a piece of advice based on your own experiences?
I'll start first. So when we started Cheese, we have 3 co-founders. One of the co-founders that is technically lacking is a technology co-founder. So when we go out and raise a lot of funding, sometimes we get rejected because we didn't have a technical co-founder. But at the same time, we were able to complement it because our CEO founder had a lot of experience in the growth stage product, especially early stage growth product. So we were able to successfully raise over almost $10 million so far. But as far as looking at a co-founder, we always looking for people who have the other side of the skill. So if you ask me, 3 co-founders, what are you guys doing? One of them is not a technologist. So Ken was the growth specialist. We have Cheney, who graduated from our center, who is the product designer and the product lead. And I myself, because early stage we deal with a lot of the bank. So I was in charge of the operations and also metrics in terms of where the money spent, and also if the money spent was specific tailored to a different what we call acquisition funnel that has the best ROI. Right? You don't want it to acquire a user costs $150, but the user will provide you $50 of value in LTVs. So I was tasked to do that on a daily basis, and also working with different vendors to improve our metrics. On the technology credit side of it, it's a very different business. It's a B2B business. So the key focus is to looking for someone who can help me do something that I just don't have time to do it. It doesn't have to be complicated. It could be an operations co-founder. It could be a financial co-founder. But in terms of the ability to find a good co-founder, it took us a lot of time. It also took me a lot of time to found one from my other businesses.
Okay. Well, I just said I have 2 startup experience. So first startup, I just started this on my own because it's consulting and research stuff. I actually need a co-founder. But this time, it's about technology. I choose 4 co-founders, including me. The last 3 people is coming. From this experience, I would say when people discussing ideas, we see something good or but we disagree. But talking is always cheap and easy, right? When the people really want to get something try out and down, now then you can see how they prioritize these ideas or how they want to do things, right? If they have obviously have lots of other things to do, and or when they have time to come back to you and help you finish this. This may not look far. Maybe you can be a business partner, or maybe do some consultant advisor. That's good, right? But as very beginning of startups, people need to get together. You work a lot of time and effort to get it done. So you want to work with people. They will have enough time. They really want to make it successful. I think that's very important. And you can't tell this if you really get into the real business on get things done. Everybody contribute as themselves. Different people have different aspects of contribute project. But no matter what aspect you contribute to the project, the attitude, the passion, then you can see how we do things together. Not just talking on discussing the ideas. Yeah.
I think what is the most common problem when we're trying to find a co-founder is whether I should identify him as a co-founder or someone I should hire as my executive. Second of all, what if my co-founder is still a H1B employee working for a company and he can't work full-time with me? What should I do? Third one, how much shares should I offer to my co-founder? I'm not full-time, he's part-time, what should I do? I'm going to get funding soon. Should I give him the shares? All these questions was along the line. Well, how do you resolve it? I think the most key is, first of all, all the pitfalls. For example, co-founders need your support of H1B. We need the support, for example, his family needs some salary, and he needs to take some time to join your company. Well, like you are waiting for the funding, you have to offer the shares right now. So put all these things on the table and talk transparently. I have a client who told me, we have 4 founders. We have been working with each other for 2 years. Now we finally decide to set up a company. Can we just issue the shares when you need to do this very quickly? I said, what you need to do is try to get a vesting schedule for everybody. He said, what is a vesting schedule? It's a vesting schedule is something, if I issue the shares to you, and after 2 months you want to leave the company, I can still buy back all your shares by the original price, which is almost 0. He said, we don't need it. We already work with each other for 2 years. Why would we need something? I feel like I don't trust my co-founders. I says, trust me, this is not only protect you, also protect your co-founders. He did what I said. After 4 months, he told me one of his co-founders has a family accident. He can't move on with this entrepreneur. And with the protection of vesting, every co-founders, every founders got benefits. They purchase back that leading founders shares easily. Everybody feel rested. So a lot of legal mechanism in Silicon Valley, in California, is already there. Those questions I mentioned in the beginning are very common. So finding the experts to talk to is very important for your journey as a startup entrepreneur.
Okay, so baggage and decision making. So we all have baggage. Another word for baggage is experience. And the issue is that being an entrepreneur can be very stressful. Not that it has to be stressful, but just the stressful situations tend to emerge. And many people, when faced with more stress than they're used to, will revert to whatever the childhood drama was, or how they didn't get along with their sibling or their parent. And you can find yourself unwillingly cast in that role in some kind of Shakespearean play while they're trying to make some important business decision because they've gone back and are re-experiencing their childhood because it's too stressful for them. And so you have to have people that can make sound decisions under stress. And that seems like such a simple thing, but figuring out if the person you're working with has that capability, they're not going to get better. They're going to be who they are when you start with them. They may become more educated, gain from their experience, but they're still going to be the same person. And so, if they're filled with self-doubt, and you can't get them over that quickly, they're still going to have self-doubt when the decision comes of, well, do we accept this offer for the company? A friend of mine was a CMO of a startup and very successful early stage streaming company. And they got an offer. Investors came in, they found them, they didn't have to go out and chase investors, the ideal situation, right? And the CEO couldn't make his money. And so that deal went away. And that was right at a turning point in the market. So it was a very sweet deal that the CEO couldn't make up his mind on. Then about a year later, after the market matured a little bit, and they were still a good company, another investor came along and said, let me make you an offer. Well, that offer wasn't as good as the offer that the guy had taken a year ago. It's like I had to think about that. Would he take a smaller offer than he had last time? And this continued for many cycles until he got a last offer, which was basically to sell off the company for parts. And that offer he took because it was clear there was not going to never be another offer. So that was an easy decision for him to make. He already knew that he had the last best offer, but it was far from the best offer that he ever had for the company. And of course, my friend who was the CMO, this just drove him bananas. He's like, just take the money. And when you have founders that have decision-making power, and if they can't make good decisions under stress, or maybe not even under stress, just that this is a much bigger decision. They've never seen a check that big before. You have to know that they're going to be able to make a decision, and it's a sound decision.
Well, my experience with founder and co-founder is that you have to work with someone who's emotionally and intellectually compatible. Somebody who's smart, who's kind, who's got integrity, but it's a difference that's going to make a company. Don't work with someone who's exactly like you. If you're an engineer, don't work with an engineer. If you're a salesperson, don't work with a marketing person. So the complementary skill set and the capacity will really make a company more balanced. A lot of people in Silicon Valley or elsewhere basically are a bunch of nerds come together, have a product. But even if you remember, Apple's Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs, they have completely different personality and skill sets, and that's how part of this is succeeded. And another important quality of a founder-co-founder relationship is that it has to be someone that can have very difficult conversation. If you can, have a table and point to your mistakes or eat for each other, then it probably won't work out when you have to deal with extremely stressful or even fatal consequences of a company. So it has to be someone that you're willing to share, fight in the trench until the last one of the waters. So basically, somebody who's you would die together. Basically.
Thank you all for sharing this experience on this crucial aspect of entrepreneurship. Now let's turn our attention to another vital aspect. Working environment can significantly influence one's approach to business. Can each of you elaborate on the key distinctions you find between a well-established cooperative setting in the dynamic landscape of a startup?
I'll just take a stab at it. Every company faces a different market, different time. The easy money period of the last 10 years, 10 years or so, it's gone. It's gone for good. And that environment is never coming back. So if you raise a whole bunch of money, hire people, did a lot of development with great product, back end, great. But if you just launch a company now, this environment is extremely difficult. So you have to adapt. And just like in the natural world, we have to be able to adapt and survive. And so the most important thing that you have to identify is what kind of environment, how much runway do I have, what kind of investor sentiment is there. And right now it's pretty bad. Money is hard to come by, even for VCs. Many of the VCs I talk to these days, they don't have money. They're laying off their people. So it's important to be realistic. A lot of startup founders, they're in love with their own technology. So they value their company at a very high valuation, and that's no-go. You have to be able to let go of your baby, a lot of it, and realistically set the expectation for valuation. Don't be greedy. Somebody who writes you a check is a vote of confidence. They're writing a check to you with their own money out of their own pocket to endorse you. That's beyond, support. That's basically love. Somebody who has to love you. It's really a love, a relationship between an entrepreneur and VC, and you have to be lovable. That means you cannot have inequality that raises red flag. For example, like not having things ready, in legal documents, in terms of due diligence stuff. Always have a data room that's ready to go, because the moment you bump into some VC in the lobby, he or she may like you for 2 seconds, and that's the time to grab their email, send them a link to your data room with due diligence stuff. Things in the moments go by very fast. It's very hard to keep interest for very long. So the environment we live in is very challenging, sometimes to be hostile to early entrepreneurs. And the ones that survive are the ones that can maximize their chances of getting funded. Also maximize their ability to use the same amount of money to generate the most results. So in other words, resource. So it's a wild world out there. You have to survive in the jungle. That's how you succeed.
Okay, so I haven't looked at the numbers lately, but I'm pretty sure we have more dry powder than we have at any time in history. So it's not that there's a lack of money out there, that there's a lack of confidence. And for good reason. There's 2 problems with confidence in the market. One problem is that most investors don't actually know what they're doing. So, and this is not a dig against them, this is not surprising if you consider how most people became rich. Most people become rich either by inheriting their money, or they've had some sort of windfall. Very few people just suddenly go up, they either started here or they hockey sticked here. They did not go up like this. And so their experience is completely different from that of the small business owner that, it is like that. That when you're starting out, you go for a long time. It seems to us, it might not seem to observers to be a long time. But if you're starting a business, it feels like you're just getting nowhere when you start out. You can't get anything done, you don't have any money, your stuff doesn't work, everything's broken, you don't have a QA plan, you have a QA department, no, we don't have a QA department. Do we have a sales department? No, we don't have a sales department. And so you're going through all this, and this makes you better as a if you can survive all that, then you are smarter than the people that are investing in you, because they've never done anything right. The other thing that happened is because we've gone through a period of low interest, no interest, easy money, where people were just throwing money around because you don't pay interest on it, so leaving it sitting there would be crazy. Now that interest is back, people can stash it somewhere and still make money. And so they're looking at these companies, and so many of the companies that investors have invested in the past were companies that were just seeking marketing. Now, if you think about this doesn't actually make sense. How can a technology company with no money, build a good product, in their basement with 2 kids that are living with their parents, and this is a great product that's ready to go to market? That doesn't really work. But investors like to hear that because they're not technologists for the most part. In many cases, they do understand sales. So if you can come to an investor and say, this is all ready to go, we just need to do sales. Like, I can help with that, I know how to do that. But if you say, hey, as I did, I gave a pitch at Cedars-Sinai. I said, I've got a startup that wants to build an MRI machine that will fit in a doctor's bed. MRI machine today, the portable ones fit in a tour bus. I actually know someone who converted a former Rockstar's tour bus into a portable MRI diagnostic workstation. So that's quite a bit of miniaturization. And so I pitched this at the Senior Sinai Accelerator. And the audience stood up and gave me a standing ovation. That was how good my pitch was. So now I turned to the judges, who are all doctors. And what do they think? And they said, well, they would have to see it go through clinical trials first. They would never invest in something that is this risky, because they would want to know that this technology actually worked. I presented why the technology worked. There was no, the reason I got standing ovation is everyone was like, well, yeah, I can see how this could work. We could actually do this. But I didn't have it built, because this is not a little thing to build an MRI machine because of the suitcase. And so I didn't win that. But they did pick a winner because they had a whole series of people who presented. And the one that won was a mobile app that would record the dying wishes of people at the hospital so that their family knew where to bury them. And it's just a Senior Sinai, but it's like that all over. It's not a reflection of them personally. That is the lack of imagination that is endemic in the culture of investing. Because the people that are investing in you typically make their money in real estate, which is very conservative, very long term. If you make a terrible mistake, you probably still sell the real estate to get most of your money back. It's not a winner-take-all game like being in software or the Philippines. Thank you.
It's a hard question for me. I feel like, based on my own experience, I think being practical and really observing the environment you are in is very important. I feel like when I started law firm, it's a time like barely have any lawyers with my background. I'm working both in China and in the US for many years. And I found that when I was in the big firm, all the Chinese clients was managed under my profile. However, I found a problem. Whenever I bring a new client, the firm cannot keep them long. Why? Because big firms offer a very high hourly rate. But startups, when they just start a company, they have various questions. So corporate questions, labor law questions, immigration, tax. There's a lot of issues they want to resolve with one meeting. However, big firm, like one meeting, could cost them like over $10,000. It doesn't really resolve that many problems, but charge really high. Even for some of the very big companies in China or overseas, when they come to the US, they are startups, they are small companies. They don't want to spend that much money on legal costs. It's a very different culture. So when I say, what can I do in this firm? I try to provide very good service. I try to coordinate all the partners to be present in the meeting. I try to be prompt. Does that resolve the problem? No, it doesn't resolve the problem. Because I can't decide the hourly rate. When my partners beside me, I have to translate my client's Chinese question to English. And then after he answered in English, then I translate back to Chinese. That's postpone the meeting, like prolong the meeting. So it costs the meeting more. So how I resolve the problems. That's how I started my journey. Because it's really hard for a lawyer, frankly speaking, working for a big firm for 10 years to leave their job. But I feel like if I continue to be there, being a Chinese, I don't have the local network as the local US people do. But what I have 10 years of cross-border experience, and I can offer much cheaper rate when I start my own business. So this is an example, like I feel I use my advantage, I turn my advantage to my business, instead of competing my disadvantage with local attorneys. So similar to startups, like what's your advantage? And why you can, compete with other startups in the same field, why you can get the money and other startups can't? So what's your competing advantages? That's the key. And after I start my business, I never feel like my own practice and success are so related to the economy, the politics, and a lot of things, which I never noticed when I was working for a big law firm. So I feel like this world needs people with creativity, ambitious, diligence, and the same time awareness. Don't hold your ears and be deaf. I just focus on my thing. No, it's not going to work, especially when you're facing a challenging world.
The question used the word well established, right? But I think for start, it is more well established. We are only better established because when you want to start, maybe start because you see some problem, right? Maybe some big companies really want to solve this problem. Maybe in the cities, right, or in the art or solving. Because if you want to solve it, the whole structure needs to be defined or constructed. So starts here, and then you define say, well, how about what do you want to solve the problem? But you can't be very creative, especially in this environment, right? That's they say basically don't have money, they don't manage social people. You need to get down to earth as soon as possible. So I'm not saying you just need to get the cash flow or things as soon as possible, but you need to define your MVP or maybe your milestone very clearly. And you can't say, okay, I want all the very short time period as possible. And if you need, with your limited resources, you want to try everything, you only find research time and resource, and then you can't find the following up resources to back up you to finish idea, right? Or get idea is complicated. So yeah, I think that's one of the things for startups that you need to focus or understand, especially in some bad economic condition, right? You need to do this. And then another one is that a lot of startups when they start a company, they want to seek for support from big companies. Say, I want to make some big company as my client. I want to support that big companies, or I want to get service from big companies. And from my experience, you work so from nobody cares, right? If you go into a deal with them, you just make it very wrong. You see how the priority is very low for them. And if you do their service, how you get the support from them. So my personal suggestion that I think startups should get better, right? Exchange their services and help each others. I think that would be better. Both of you are a valuable customer to each other, and you can test the idea with each others, and you share the same spirit to get things done or make change for your own work. So I think that's kind of be a better collaborate with each others rather than you seeking for some big companies as your client supporter or whatever. I'm not saying seeking for jet company or big trees is not good things, but at the very beginning of startups, maybe it can be some time for you. After you get stronger, maybe you can take that action. But at early stage, maybe get some alternative strategies. Yeah.
I'll offer an example in the recent days when the market is not moving well, and our company, of course, has to pivot for our products. So we're literally past our valuation, and also at the same time, we have to start a new product, start from zero. So our investors, all of our 4 lead investors, they continue to support us and continue to fund our companies through the most recent round. So one of the key criteria I asked them, what do you see in us after we start scratch again or pivot again? They actually saw that how we were able to adjust to the changing dynamics of the market economics, and how 3 of our co-founders kind of stuck together and whether it's half pay or we cut out workforces and we do a lot of market research just to continue to show that we have a plan to turn things around. So I think those are the conversations that we have with our investors constantly, almost on a weekly basis, especially the new investor, because he probably is in the same boat as with us. So he's probably had this most significant incentive to keep us afloat. And at the same time, we need to continue to demonstrate that whatever we're doing in today's market, not only we can survive, but we can also grow once, let's say, the market kind of correct ourselves. So that's kind of how we are able to stay alive to this day.
Thank you all for shedding the light on the difference of the distinct working environments. Finally, let's address the rapid evolving field. With the rapid evolution of technology, AI-driven ventures have gained substantial traction. What are your collective thoughts on current and future prospects of AI entrepreneurship? Are there specific areas within domain that you find particularly promising?
Investing and entrepreneurship to save tons of money, but it makes you fluent in language of VC investment. As far as the kind of looking forward in the future, I think AI is eating the world just like software was eating the world 10 years ago. They're in everything. They're in drug development. There's the autonomous driving and education and a lot of things. Build on large language model. But the thing is, if you're doing an AI startup, you gotta find the right spot for yourself. Like you gotta make sure, am I doing the same thing as 10,000 other companies are doing, or am I doing something unique? Can I build another LLM, or am I doing another wrapper around ChatGPT? You have to think about this. You have to differentiate, and you have to validate your idea without having to invest a lot of money and time and your relationship with the colleagues. But again, every company is different, every sector is different. Somebody who's doing a fintech probably use a different approach from somebody who's doing biotech. But you have to adapt to the changes in the market and be able to use the limited amount of resource to get the most out of the product. But then again, you will fail all the way. But the thing is, the ones who succeed eventually are the ones who can quickly rise up from the failure and pick up pieces. You may have many projects, some of them will go nowhere, some of them you'll identify a few people who are interested. That's why I always champion an approach called lean startup. It was championed by somebody called Eric Rice back in 2007. The basic idea is to validate your market and your product before you spend the first dime building a product. And you spend the first, writing the first line of code. Do a study. Go out there and do a poll like that did. Potential customers. At least get some feedback. Maybe they're right feedback, maybe they're wrong feedback, but it actually gives you some time to think through and build a product before you actually spend money on things like servers and programmers and wet labs, really to validate the concept, validate the product as much as possible, whether it's AI or a hard tech company. The idea is the ones that the entrepreneurs who can quickly turn around and iterate and make these resources work to generate the most prototypes will likely win and be in the end.
So Moore's law tells us that every 18 months or so, things will be twice as good as they are now. And I founded the AI Research Lab at SAIC, which is a multi-billion-dollar defense company, back in 1996. And in that lab, I had pretty much everything that we have today that is now, quote, new. And why didn't it go in 1996? If I had the same stuff in 96, why wasn't it prioritized then and it's taken until 2023 for generative AI to become the new hot thing? And the reason for that is it cost millions of dollars when I did it in 1996 and we didn't have an iPhone. So the platform and the economics we got there, even though this technology has existed a lot longer than people, the general public certainly is aware of. And so if we take that into account, Moore's Law has been clicking off every 18 months, twice as good, for over 25 years on the stuff that I worked on. And now, suddenly, it's good enough and cheap enough that it makes sense as a market. And so the market goes crazy. And everyone thinks that this just happened, but actually this is the result of 25 years of research, in my case, or even longer. And so when we look at these market cycles, now we're in the generative AI cycle. Before it was the metaverse, before that it was blockchain. Each of these things gets to a certain point in its maturity, even though they've existed a lot longer, where suddenly they make economic sense, or at least seem to, and the market goes crazy. And so recently I gave a presentation of Cinepate, which is an open source project that I've led since 2002. This is software that looks like Photoshop, but it's used in making facial motion pictures. It was used on the Harry Potter films, the Rings films, the Stuart Little films, Too Fast, Too Furious, a bunch of films. And it's pretty much gone off of the radar. It got too hard to maintain, and it's an open source project, so economically it's very difficult to advance anything in it. And so I gave a presentation recently to the Accounting Software Foundation. This is the research arm of the Motion Picture Academy in collaboration with the Linux Foundation. This is the group that is basically the think tank for technology in Hollywood. And one word came back. If Cinepate had generative AI in it, there would be interest. But nothing else would matter. I could have anti-gravity and photon torpedoes. That would not make any difference if we didn't have generative AI. And so on November 13th, knock wood, I'm launching a Kickstarter where we're going to try to fund putting generative AI in Cinepate. And so this is just responding to market forces, but I've got to respond quickly because we're going to be on to the next thing, whatever that is. And this is the difficulty in chasing markets, that you're competing with people that have done this for 25 years. So figure out how you're going to meet whatever the market is today and do it rapidly. This comes back to decision making. Got to make some decisions right away. Thank you.
That was really, giving me a very good vision. This year, like whenever the investor talking about investing in a deal, it's always AI powered. Like notice not only AI company, but like education platform. There are AI powered education platforms, AI powered clothing platform, AI powered bioscience entity. So everybody reacts super quickly to this AI concept because this is really the trend. Like this year, almost everybody invests in AI, but other than that, everybody's kind of a very hard time raising on. So I talked to one of my very successful investor clients. He says, I'm not looking to a person, and vast majority of the entrepreneur, when they first initiate the idea, they are on soul change. It's never been the original idea. So I'm not looking for a business model. A lot of times, especially for the seed investor or angel investor, they're looking for the person. Because a capable person reacts quickly. As I mentioned, it's really, really important. And then also as a user of AI, I have to say as an entrepreneur too, the first time I heard ChatGPT, I just told my employee, use it, try it. Because it can be a non-reliable legal assistant, but it's an user assistant. So after you using it, how you refine, how you prompt your order, it's getting better. It's saving me time, making my cost more cost effective. Why not? So I feel like when you start opening your heart and embrace the new technology, everybody got benefited. And even it's not benefited, what can you do? Right? So that's just personal take.
As AI startups, I can share some opinion, right? So I think we can put some lessons or experience look back to past 2 years of the internet experience. So back to 2000, when the internet came to our life, so we just going to share information, go back to blog, and post something, right, on the website, and make some advertisement on. So it actually changed how people interact with each others or don't know much. Not seeing that aspect. But when the iPhone or the smartphone was introduced, the so-called mobile internet here, everything actually fundamentally changed how lifestyle, how people works, marketing, and how people how to build up a website. So the people how to arrange their life on a day, they all actually all change. So as for AI, there must be actually some similar trend. Maybe not as long as our internet is, right? So as you said, they are called AI powered. Back to 10 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, we called internet powered, internet plus, right? So we have to do a lot of call this works. So because I would do the internet powered, right? Instead of internet. Socal now there must be some so-called AI powered stuff, but I think soon people need to have to think more AI thinking. So maybe not a similar as internet or other technology, how to think this. But there must be some AI that make you think this, and this will be soon here to force especially entrepreneurs to think this question. It can't just be power. How I build out things on the AI side of things. That's the first point. And second thing is that I mentioned mobile internet. Back to 2000, especially back to 2005 or something, you can't predict that there will be some mobile internet that's going to let smartphones here. So similar, I think, for AI here. So everybody uses AI now. We can keep looking. But I still believe there is some AI is kind of a short trendings. That is for sure. But how the AI actually affect our works is anything like iPhone or smartphone affect that really like any similar thing in AI action, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's similar. And if anyone see what this is, I don't know it. So all entrepreneurs should keep that in mind. If you want to do a long-term AI project, you should think about this. What is the smartphone AI? Can change, actually change people. Right? Because a lot of AI applications right now, we can use it for sure. Right? We can come to ChatGPT, we can use Midjourney to generate pictures. But I think I would probably use that AI application or AI stuff. Well, how kind of thing? Yeah, it's fun, but it can't help much. And you may wonder, yeah, it shows its smartness and power, its capability to do things. But why we still feel, okay, it's not, it can't change my work or study or that much. I'm sure it will be. So there must be a solution how to transform the power, the capability and power of AI, integrate our work and interact with our daily life. There must be something like this. It could be infrastructure change or application-wide change, but different with your applications. Maybe I'm not sure. I said I'm still exploring. But if you are entrepreneur who are interested in do this, I think that's a question you need to bear in mind and keep thinking. What's your solution? Here. Okay.
So from our standpoint, when we make an investment, just like disclosing, everybody trying to make AI something into their businesses. So when we evaluate, we look at AI really solving a fundamental problem, or just using AI to have a so-called good have or here. At the end of the day, from early stage startup, we still look at if you have a business in the market and if you can actually structure sales before you can actually leverage the AI or use the AI to power what you're doing. So I guess for the interest of time, this is really what we're looking at in terms of AI and how we can use AI in the market.
Thank you all for your invaluable insights and perspective. It's been a privilege to have such a distinguished panel with us today. Now we want to open the floor to you, our valued audience, for any questions or thoughts you may have. This is your opportunity to engage directly with our panelists. Please raise your hand if you have a question.
Thank you for your thoughtful tips and comments. And I have a question. As an entrepreneur, you might, especially in the early stage, you might face a scenario where you hire people who have much more experience than you in the industry, and which is probably needed for any company to survive, but also it's a bit intimidating for the, especially for the first-time entrepreneurs. How do you lead the people who have more experience, supposedly more experience than you, and when you disagree, how can you decide whether it's your problem, whether it's because you have less experience, or whether it's because the employee is too fixed into his or her mode of thinking? So I hope I made my position clear how to communicate with and how to manage the employees who have more experience than yourself.
Well, most likely you will hire somebody who will manage somebody who's more experienced than you. Keep being a young entrepreneur like you. My experience is that it helps to start a working relationship even before you hire them. For example, you retain them as consultants, you go look for their opinion on certain technical aspects or on certain strategies. To establish a working relationship early on, you know them better, you get a sense of how your working relationship may become. And after you hire them, you manage them just as you manage like anybody else. The fact that they're more experienced than you doesn't change anything, because you hire somebody who's better than you. That's what CEO is. So there's no difference. I'm the oldest guy in my company. The second youngest person is 18 years younger than me, and I feel the same as everybody else. Age is not a problem. Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, so last question. Here.
Yeah, so you mentioned about this AI native concept. So in your own mind, how did you define AI native?
AI native. So first, we need to, so this AI, actually generative AI, okay? So for now, I would say, can you solve all your problems by just natural language interaction? I think that's the first one. If you have any other things to engage, maybe not very AI native. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but maybe this is not that AI native. Let's think about web app, right? So before we don't have web app, we don't have SaaS, we use downloadable software. Now when the web goes popular, people develop technology about web app. So what the web app is movability. That's the web native thinking, right? So you can access everywhere. You don't have to face some of us, especially one computer, right? So for AI, they encourage the mobility for the web. I think So we need to add one of these two. We need to actually need to gather a lot of things around. We can ask AI questions twice. We only tell AI by typing or just by voice, you can understand us and help us out something. Right? I think that's kind of AI. You can take AI as more like a person, a real person. You can the way you can interact with it. So that's one AI native way. And second, this generative AI should power our logic. So a lot of application can use rule-based, so which scenario I use which, right? So when you get familiar with this kind of rule-based app, that's not what AI is. Because we need to leverage the logic, logic power and the problem-solving power of the AI. Maybe not that powerful as a human, but I think it's still good enough to use. You can't just set a lot of rules for AI to do things. You need to, not clear rules, you need more like how you guide people, right? We always teach our children, see, you need to do good things. Yeah, a lot of things is good, right? But children understand what the good things is bad and people do principles. I think AI can do some principles and deal with the problem. And that's more AI native way to understand it. So how to set up a rule for AI using the principle, not the clear 1, 2, 3, 4 points there. I think that's two ways. It's my definition of AI native for now. Maybe, like I said, there is an iPhone for AI, maybe 5 years. Maybe there's another definition for the AI native, maybe. But for now, that's my opinion on it.
Thank you for your question and answers. Before we conclude, I'd like to express our gratitude once again to our esteemed panelists for their time, expertise, and invaluable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me and give me a round of applause to our esteemed panelists for their time, expertise, and contribution to this discussion. We greatly appreciate your presence here.
So we do have entrepreneur, so money is everything, right? Even if we're talking about a small token of appreciation, so we have prepared a very small gift card, and to our wonderful panelists. So please just join me one more time. Give them a round of applause for their appreciation.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. So coming up next, we have a couple things going on simultaneously. Our next activity in here is the startup pitch. So if you're in the startup pitch, you're interested in watching the startup pitch, make sure to stick around. We also have 2 job hunting clinics going on simultaneously. One is happening in room 273, that's upstairs, and one is happening in room 126 downstairs. So room 273 and room 126. There is also a mental health clinic going on in room 204. We're gonna have a quick break in this room, but very quick, just 5 minutes, okay? We're gonna start the startup pitch in exactly 5 minutes. So if you're coming back for startup, be back in 5 minutes. If you wanna go to the job hunting clinics, go ahead and head that direction. Either way, I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it. It's going to start in 5 minutes. Oh, who's going first? I don't know. I'm sorry.
People, if you are here, those are job, have a product for you. So, just talk, let's talk here.
Yeah, she might have finished.
So for today's startup pitch, our moderator is none other than our wonderful and favorite Hailin Liu. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Anne and Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our entrepreneur pitch session where we are about to witness the most exciting and groundbreaking startup pitch of our time. I'm Helen Liu and I'm honored to be your moderator. Before we dive into the pitch, let's go over a few rules. Each startup will have 10 minutes for their pitch, followed by 3 minutes for Q&A, and we ask audience to hold on questions until the end of each presentation. Startups, please keep your presentation focused and to the point. Judges, your feedback and insights are invaluable. We encourage you to be constructive and insightful. We do have 5 startups joining us, and they're from different industries. Now let's introduce our first startup. LEAP12.0 AI Lab is a revolving productivity rules in the AI era. Please welcome Shiga to the stage.
Hi everyone. I'm Joe. I'm the CTO of LEAP12.0 AI Lab. So we are doing some killer OS, like that's AI native. So you probably heard some like AI power. There's a lot of AI power app, but we are not the AI power. We are AI native app, and we want to build an operation system. We want to build like an iPhone for the AI generation. So from the 2022, there's a lot of LLM, like ChatGPT, there's appear, it's pretty popular. And then there's some AI power app appears. There's 10,000, I guess. They're like AI pet, there's something like that. And in the middle of this year, you must heard some like agent concept, like AutoGPT, X agent, Meta GPT. So, and we don't know yet AGI exists, but I believe like after this year, the next thing will happen is AGI will include all the things like AI involve all the kind of work situations. So here's some problem that we want to solve. So the first thing you must, everybody can using the ChatGPT, but the issue is there's a lot of context. You must know a lot of background knowledge. Like me, I'm a backend engineer, but I want to do some front-end engineer things with ChatGPT. I must learn a lot of like React, Vue. Without that, I cannot use it well to like let AI to write some front-end code. And the low competitive and all adapted is also a problem. So AI, when you're using AI, you can just like typing in the ChatGPT and you just jump into another Windows to using the SaaS or some other app or like send a Gmail. But it's an issue. You cannot just using the app every time, like jump into like different app, right? So we want to solve it compatibly. And also the weak customization, there's 2 issues. You cannot, it's all about the natural language. You can just using the natural language to doing some like verbal things, and you cannot using the AI to involve into the some other app like GitHub or maybe some there's like Colab, but you can just using it in the codes area, right? And also the security is a big issue. A lot of big enterprise is not allowed their employee to using the ChatGPT because they don't want to share their data into their into ChatGPT, and also the low stabilities. The AI is without a lot of hallucination, we call it. So the AI will say something, it makes sense, but it's not based on the real data. So we involve some like vector database to solving this problem. So if there's some like we can't say it's competitor, but we want to make a comparison. For the ChatGPT, it has low stabilities. It has AI hallucination, and it's not that flexible. Although it has plugin, but you cannot using like multiple plugin in the same time now. And also some in RPA area, there's a app called Zapier. I don't know if you're using it. It's pretty hard to use. You need to know a lot of background like knowledge to learn to it. And there's like for some employee, if you know it, you can use Zapier. If you don't know the solution, it's hard to using a Zapier to build your own workflow. And there are some apps like Midjourney. It's pretty popular right now, but it's only for the image generation, and also it's not that general, right? And for there's some killer app like AutoGPT is a pretty popular open source, and also X Agent. It's not that stable, and it's more like a research app. It cannot put it into the productivity area. So compared to this app, we are more predictable and more stable, and with the security, we involve a lot of different tools into our app. So we want to build a ecosystem to help you to solve a lot of different problems. So what makes our intelligence? So here's our UI. So as you can see, the basic UI is chat windows. We allow user to chat with the natural language, and our AI has different status. It can just sense the user's how do you say that user's goal, and to put AI into the right status. Like for this example, if the user wants to generate some image, the AI will just change to the image status, and it will trigger a workflow like this. And so we are not building a RPA. So this diagram is more like help people to understand what AI is thinking in this black box. And also we have a result to help people to see the instant result after AI execute the solutions. And so we not only have the chat windows, we have a lot of pretty complex system to support these chat windows. For the first one is our knowledge base. So people, you can just upload any resource. If you are in the college, you can just put some essay. If you're in some marketing industry, you can put some marketing PDF into our knowledge base, and then you can combine all the knowledge base into our agent. And also we integrate different tools into our toolbox. We not only have Gmail or GitHub, we also support some AI native app into our toolbox, such as you can say Midjourney, Stable Diffusion. Also there's some Code Lab, and we also integrate something like a GitHub project to help people to manage their project. Here's some examples. So the first one is our customers' real solutions. So the customer is for the brand new design. So the customer wants to do some competitor research. So our AI design a solution that using the HTTP extract to extract let's for example North Face into a CSV doc, and then it will using AI to analyze all the data from the competitor website, and using this to build a mind map to summarize all the analyzed results to the customer. Not only this, AI can also utilize this CSV data to build some it can extract the some image prompt into our Stable Diffusion plugin, and also to build some like pretty high resolution image to the user. And also we have some logical tools that help people to automate their workflows. Like for this example, it's a looping. So user can just loop all the workflow like 1,000 times, so they can just build their all the solution and then just run it in the backend, so they can just every season they can get their fresh image and analyze report. And the second is for the data. So I like to say the AI is pretty useful in 3 industries. The first one is the image, right, design, and the second one is for the research. So for this research, it can just we engage some plugin like eCharts is a pretty popular tools from Apache. It can help people to visualize their data analyze, and you after the demo you can see there's a pretty fancy visualized chart in the with a HTML format, and also in the same time the AI ChatGPT can generate a PDF using this our own prompt, and so for a lot of research customer, they can using this solution to build their analyzed report. Not only this, user can add a lot of another plugin, integrate their own tools to visualize, to customize their visualization. And the third one is the project management. So there's a funny thing. We just released our first version product last week, I think. And so we want to build a live stream website into our product. So I just say, why not just try our product to build it? So we just build these solutions, and we just put our demands into the AI, and the AI just help us to build a tag document, and also it can we just tell him like we have how many engineers, so they separate all the tasks to our engineers into a CSV, and it send the log message. We're using log, so we integrate log. They send the log message to our engineer. Also, it puts the project Kanban board into GitHub project, and after that, our workflow is like always execute in the backend, so it can just analyze all the engineers' output and then send back to us to see their performance. So we want to build an AI native. That's pretty like what she said. It's pretty different with the AI powered, and also we want to build our own our customer with a better experience. So we involve a lot of new like UI UX factor to improve this. And also we have a fine-tune our own model to improve the intelligence and involve the vector database to make the AI more stable. So for our team, we have like 15 team members. It's all are the engineers, and so for me, we have like a many periods actually. So the first version is more like a community. We have like just spend like 1 week to build the communities, and another period is more like agent. It's also spend like 2 weeks to make the prototype, and also our tech lead is pretty powerful, and our another tech lead they just help me to build all the products with like pretty fast, like 1 month. So we have a really pretty powerful team, and also for our CEO, he's not only doing the operating things, he's spending a lot of time to making the product design with us. So I think that's our advantage of our team. So we have like different partners. Discovery, as you can see, is a brand design. So we have like a pretty deep connection with them. We help them to build a lot of like model photos and also brand design into their pipelines, and help them to like sell a lot of new product with AI generate photos. So I like to say they're pretty like it. And also we have involved another product is called Out Pro. It's a pretty famous product and help people to just deal with the image, like remove the background. They also improve a lot of AI generative feature. Also, Breaks is a more like HR product to help people to find a job. So we also integrate this app into our product to help people like integrate to build their own pipeline to finding the job and help the enterprise to finding their employees. And Wechat is a pretty famous app in China open source communities. It helps, so it just in charge us to integrate into WeChat area. So our app you can just talk with WeChat and using our app. So for the fund plan, we also we are in the angel phase right now. We have like self funding and some little some like VC to engage to fund us in the first stage, and for the second stage, we are looking for like $5 million funding. Yeah, so maybe we can show the demo a little bit. Do we still have time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. Okay. So in second. So let's check. Okay. So this is what I said is our tools. We have like engaged almost 50 tools into our product, and you can see for this one example. So we are just I want to using this to doing some economic things, right? And in this canvas, I can just run it. There's a rule engine to in charge AI to using the tools. So let me just see the result. So for this one, it has a stack bar chart to analyze all different kind of. It's a budget chart. So it just show all the different AI just analyze all different data and just writing some code to generate the perfect or like appropriate visualization for this chart. Still have time? Okay, we also have like a management thing, like to do it, and also we have like we're using it to generate our own logos, and we just keep generating. So we have looping it twice, and also for the last one, we generate some our own design stable diffusion models, and it helped our customer to change the clothes for the models. So as you can see, it's not only this some like case. As you can integrate more tools, our AI can learn from these tools and to do more solutions. So it's keep growth with our customers. Yeah, that's all my product, and thank you guys.
Thank you, Joe, for the inspirational presentation. And any questions?
Who will be your most likely customers?
So for now we are like to business. So all the business is from the design and research, and we're just some tech industry. So it's all the AI good at. So we are trying to connect with these areas of customers.
Have you talked to them?
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So my question here is more about priority. So you have so many different verticals about applications you want to do. Project management, visualization, Photoshop. Is there any kind of something you want to do first, or you want to focus? Or it's more about a strategy about put everything on this platform?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, so we are not just putting all the things. As maybe someone will say we can do all the things. No, we are more like a coordination. We are like an operating system. Just like Windows, if you don't download any app, the Windows can do nothing, right? So we let AI to learn from the tools. So our priority is our customer. As long as our customer want to doing some solution, we will just integrate the new tools and more universal tool for them. So as we grow with our customers, we will have more tool to integrate in our platform. So and the AI will have like knowledge base to learn from these solutions. So they can be more mature to like generate the like more appropriate solutions.
Thank you for all the questions. Let's move on to the next startup, StarReal. StarReal is a VR XR game community. Let's welcome Richard to the stage.
Hello everyone, my name is Richard and I'm currently studying business and game design at the University of Southern California in my last year. And welcome today to my pitch of StarReal VR. So I think everybody is really used to socializing with your 2D platforms such as your phone or your computer. But how do you socialize with friends immersively in a 3D space, or what we call the metaverse? I mean, today I'm gonna take a look at what we're doing. So what is StarReal VR? So it is actually a VR multiplayer sandbox building and socializing platform with an intuitive and fun creator system called the Minimods. And I know that really sounds complex, but think about playing Minecraft, right? The VR version of Minecraft with first person's perspective. And the two things that our user are majorly doing in our app is basically decorating their island, which is the virtual space, and build up a virtual community from there. So what is the problem that motivates us to do this app? This is because like I'm actually a VR social app user myself, but I realized that the VR content creators are unable to build a fan base and monetize through their traffic, monetize their traffic through the VR software itself. And as we all know, if you have a large fan base on TikTok, you can probably monetize from it, but VR content creators cannot do that. And that is a problem we do need to address. And the second one is that it is actually difficult for VR social app users to become the content creators, because if the transition from users to creators, you need to learn a lot, such as game engine or like use their complex in-game tools, which we actually simplified later on. So these are the two problems. And our solutions actually took from several angles. So first of all, in order to gather fans and allow people to create this community, in our game design, we actually have a realm for them to gather fans. And this is our UI for that. For example, you can build this fascinating realm and you can decorate from it. And then we have a really intuitive AI editor that you can just hop on within 5 minutes. That's just select, drop, and click, and then you will have everything ready. And it's actually multiplayer collaborating in the same time like you work in Google Doc. And thirdly, we actually did a little bit of innovation on the economic side of things. So for example, we have creators, developers, and players, these three roles within our communities. And the developers will actually create something called Minimod for the store. And then they will upload this Minimod to the creators. And the player will actually use these, what we call Minimods, to actually decorate their realm. And so I'm gonna explain further what Minimod is. It's actually really simple. It's like having your IKEA furniture built up for you. And it contains like game design, 3D modeling, and interactive programming all together. For example, a sofa that you can purchase from a developer, and you can put it inside your virtual island. And it has everything from modeling to interactive programming within it. For example, with a click, you can sit on it. But if you're not a developer yourself, if you're a user, you don't have that skill or capability. But then you can just purchase from store, place it there, and host a community from several clicks. And then the art style we use is actually, we use the low poly art style because of some technical restriction with VR, especially with the multiplayer. It has a lot of data, so we can't have many really high-end models there. But I think this art style really fit our audience because a lot of our audience are, they love anime. So we actually, for our avatar, we use this sci-fi and Genshin Impact style avatar. And this is some of our character design that we draw within our own team. And the reason we do that is that we actually have a strong belief in the future that the VR market is going to become really big, especially considering the difference between US and China, that Pico, I think, only have less than about like 200-ish apps on store. And then you will have, I think, around more than several thousand apps for App Lab and different platforms within the Meta community. And also you will see like a growth of revenue in the Oculus platform, but in the contrast, like Pico doesn't have a lot of revenue going on. So I believe that there is a huge potential, especially within the Chinese VR and AR space. And I think that's where we're going in the future as an app. So these are some of our competitors. So for example, Rec Room, VR Chat are our major competitors. These are the two VR social app that is already in existence and are serving different communities. But our only difference from them, or our major difference, is that we really emphasize on the building aspect of our app, which means that the building itself is the fun part or the gameplay part of our app. And instead, in other platforms, they have various different mechanisms that keep the players attracted. So our seed users really, who are they? So they have three characteristics. They must be VR owners. So if you're not a VR owner, as of now, at this stage, you're not our target user. And they must be able to, love to play VR social games or VR building games, or building games in general. For example, if you are a Minecraft player, you might enjoy our game. And then if we're going one step further, the ACNG fans or the Chinese market or the virtual influencers market might be our next target. But that would be the future to come. And our early revenue model really have three aspects, which are the Minimod trade cut that I just mentioned. It's really like Unity Asset Store, but in a smaller scale. And algorithms for 3D scenes recommendation. Instead of giving you recommendations of 2D videos, we give you recommendations of 3D worlds and community that you might be able to enjoy. And then lastly, we have some of our originally created costumes, prop, mods. Those are just cosmetics that you can purchase, like in normal games. And don't forget the membership that comes with a lot of the games that we're also doing that. So this is our team. Our team actually have around 13 people, and this is the funding team. I am a VR player and designer and game designer myself. I've done several jobs in China and did some 2B project, VR project for example, Mango TV or Chinese Academy of Science, these big entities. And my co-founder, Garfield, is actually from Tencent's TV studio, and he's currently based in China part-time, and he's doing some of our marketing and users acquisition and community management stuff. And our creative or our technical director and tech lead, Lin, has more than 10 years of unit development experience. And the rest of our team are really dedicated developers from USC and NYU Games. So this is our timeline. We just launched like 2 weeks ago. And as of now, we have around 100 users and the download from natural platform recommendation. We didn't actually put out any advertising at this point, but we are going to do that in the next several weeks. So this is our plan, and we're really looking forward to go on different platforms, especially on Steam or officially admitted on Quest. So we're applying that for now, or go on Pickle. And by the end of the, after 3 years, what we really want to do, well, this is actually a financial plan, but we're not actively raising, so we can skip that for now. So what we really want to do in the 3 years to come is that we want to build a so-called metaverse, but use each platform to its advantage. For example, we want people to use our game or experience this gameplay in VR, but we want them to see the store or go over the complex information on PC and then invite their friends, because we have a chatting system on mobile, so that like these 3 different platforms will be connected together with the most advantage part on each platform available to our game. So that is my pitch for now. And our mission really is to empower everyone to become a creator in VR, because I know the more creators we have in this industry, the more thriving this industry would be. And actually, by the end, can I use a YouTube video to...
1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, that trailer is exactly 1 minute. So can I click on it or? Okay. So.
For this upcoming school year, I will be a senior in college majoring in psychology, but I am
Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, for this exact 1 minute video and such a good presentation. Any questions from our judges in audience?
Yeah, it's great to see the presentation, but I was just trying to understand what is the secret sauce here. Looks like you have 2 groups of people, user and content creator. So first of all, you have to have user first in order to convert them into content creator. So how can you acquire those users? Do you already have some go-to-market strategy here? Or what is the
Yes.
secret sauce where people love to start to play this game?
So the secret sauce is really like a building game mechanism in which you have a lot of assets that you can form them together to build whatever you want in essence. And the go-to-market strategy is really to target those VR users to come into our game and build, for example, castles or like their homes or like sci-fi space that are attractive to them, or they think it's it's a great artwork in the beginning. So for example, the first few users, the first 100 users or the 1,000 users might just come to this community to express their talent or their willingness to create. And then the next one are the ones they use their creation to attract more people who want to join in to build together with them or share the same interest or theme. So these are I think I really agree with you in terms of we must have users to convert them first. But then the secret sauce is the building mechanisms, or it's like every building game to release your creativity. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I mean, I can keep asking, but I just don't want dominant.
No, you can dominate.
I'm the only female here. All right, another thing I think is quite interesting about your team. So it looks like your CTO right now is based in China.
Yep.
And he works for Tencent, right? Full time.
No, our CTO is actually that's our CTO. Yeah. So that's the one on the left is our COO. So let me just go back to that real quick. So the one on the right is actually our CTO. So that's Lin. Lin is working full time with us together, and he has more than 10 years of Unity experience. He was in Happy Elements, and that's why this project itself is very, very complicated tech-wise, especially for a student when you're considering multiplayer building simultaneously in real time. So that's the guy who's helping us doing all that. And Garfield Wong is actually our part-time COO who's experienced in terms of community management. He does a lot of jobs in terms of user research and user and group group interaction job in Tencent. And that's why he has the spare time to help us manage our users when we have users coming in and we have marketing stuff coming out. So that's his part of the role. Yeah, so just to make it clear.
The reason why I asked this question, because I'm not sure if you already set up a startup yet or already have a Delaware registered company.
Yep.
But if you have people full time in China, cannot come here, you have to take care of the IP issues, right? And you have to, have some kind of setup there so people don't say that you are using some properties for Tencent to do this.
Oh yeah, we don't use any code assets or anything like that because he's more likely doing the user side of things. And Lin is helping us develop. And we do have a lot of art assets and other stuff, for example, UI, 3D stuff that are done by our student volunteers or what we call the team, because they do work more than 20 hours a week, but it's not full time. So that's kind of the scope of our team. Yeah.
Are you going to pivot away from Unity given the issues it's had recently?
Yeah, the Unity thing, I think it targets more towards the mobile because it's per download thing. But as of now, I don't think we as a small studio that in this stage can pivot just suddenly because all of our past skills and experience was in Unity. But I guess as our team grow larger, we might have the options to hop onto other platforms or game engines. But I don't think that will influence us that much in the beginning of our career. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah, thank you for the questions. Let's move on to our next startup, Toom, which is the Ichi to the stage.
Can I start now? Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Qi from DirectU, our startup. So I'm very happy today. I have the opportunity to present you our currently working project, Toom. So actually, before I start to introduce Toom, let us start with a short story with my co-founder Hanwen's research experience. So about 1 year ago, Hanwen and her research lab trying to start a new project on a protein so that they will need an antibody for them to continue the experiment. And they choose to test every single antibodies which is available commercially in the market. And when they finish, it already takes them 1 year to finish. But they still cannot find the best fit. They finally get the antibody from another lab. And after talking with the lab owner, they find out that the lab owner is actually very happy to lend or give the solution, give the antibody to everyone who asking for the help. But they are stuck in at one point of the licensing out to the company so that they are not able to provide the antibody to a large scale. So after this story, we can see several problems in that. So first, the researchers sometimes are wasting or using too much time on finding a solution that is already known by others years ago. And second, there are always many solution owners, and they are willing to provide help, but they have also find some limitation that they are so prevent them from actually providing solutions. So why this problem exists? It is because in the academia world, the information is so scattered everywhere, and it takes really a long time for the researchers to get information together to find solution. And also we all know that the communication between labs is pretty important, but it seems that the only way for now to communicate is by email, which is very inefficient. So as a result, the researchers always spend a lot of time, a lot more time actually, on the annoying kind of trivial things than the actual research part, like doing the experiment or design the experiment. So that is exactly why we are here for. We want to provide them a centralized information platform that allows them to come together to find a solution for all the research part. And we want to increase the efficiency of communication, interperson or interlab, so that we will be able to improve the productivity of the whole academia community. So actually, how do we realize that? So here comes our first and the most fundamental and important feature. We named it test box. So basically, we allow the researchers, not only professors, students, and research workers, they are allowed to post their tasks, the problems, or other stuff on the platform, and we will help them to find the right one to solve their problem. And if they happen to have the right skill sets or the resources, they are also allowed to become the problem solver and get some reward, like co-authorship or some cash reward from the problem poster, I would say. And usually it is not able to solve winning one university, so we can use the filter here to choosing it globally, so that we can help from other university or other organizations. And after this, if some researchers already know what they are looking at, so they don't want to go through the whole post test with help. They just want to did a quick search, and that comes our second feature. After talking with some professors, several professors, and they are willing to provide us the materials that they have in their lab, and the format is always a list of what they have. So combined with the need and what we have, we designed this feature. So when the user trying to find antibody or the material, you can just search and find the owner, contact, that's it. And third feature will be for professors. As we all know, for the professors and the labs, the top thing is the grant. The professors are always looking for grant, and the grant writing is very time consuming. So we want to save professors time, so that we want to simplify the grant generating part. We'll use AI tool to help them to generate the guideline, to pass the grant, because the grant always have several rules, formatting and things like that, which is not scientific part, we will help them to cut the time on those parts. So for the competition, actually, pretty surprisingly and fortunately, we don't see any specific app that can be the competitor to us. But however, we separate into two parts. So the social part, we have the Reddit or X Twitter. So professor likes to put information on those platforms. However, but those platforms are not specialized for the academia, and the interaction is pretty low there. And the second part is the research forums. But the problem with them is that the professors are not always on those platforms, so which is worse than our product. And after that, you ask why now? So because academia hasn't undergone the revolution part for long, while the research activities and the funding is actually going up year by year. So we will see a big opportunity here. But the most important is that according to our survey to the researchers, they themselves have shown the need of increasing the productivity and the efficiencies. So for those pie charts, we can see the most ones who chose the very willing or very often to find experiment help and landing things, stuff like that, are the researchers from the wet labs. And here come, with that understanding, we can define our early users as the research community from the wet lab. And for the market size, according to sciencebusiness.net, we have 8.8 million researchers and our potential users in US only. But we can see the budget in the grant is very high, around $180 billion, and in the year of 2021, and the number is still going up and up. So again, to our go-to-market plan, our target market is still the researchers, the students, professors, the research workers. And because of me and my co-founder all did research once, and my co-founder is still in the area, so it's pretty easy for us to get to the researchers and our targeted customers. We choose to find our customer by in person or the word of mouth after we give the test to our early users. So with that, with our product having published, we expect that we can change the way of interaction between the researchers, that we offer a new interacting experience to them. And we will create a new way for the researchers to communicate with each other. And we will make a new way for the universities to connect with each other. So our current status. For now, we have done our market discovery. We are now building our MVP. And we are self-funded for 40K. The slide is outdated, but so our history is, the idea was discovered by 2 years ago, and we established our startup 1 year ago. But we actually, we only start to work after our graduation, so we start from this summer. And for now, we have built up our first interactive UI part of our product. Okay, here. Do we have time to go? So that will last 3 minutes. So everyone who is interested in, because we are looking for the testing for our UI. So everyone who is interested in our product are more than welcome to email us to get the link to use it. So thanks for your time.
Thank you for your engagement and presentation, and I want to give a special thanks to Hanwen and Qi for flying here to attend LEAP's event from Pennsylvania. Any questions?
Yes. So you look at, it's a chicken net, right? You have demand, you have supplies, and 2 questions. How is matching done? Do you provide a matching, or do you rely on the party that's searching for the information to identify whether a particular provision is the solution? And secondly, if you look at the incentive, the party who are searching for this, definitely they're incentivized. But for the parties who are providing this, you made a good scenario, that's good for you. But most people, they don't have time for this. They're busy research labs going around. They may have some stuff that may be useful for you, but they're not incentivized to financially or otherwise to make their effort to provide this on the market.
So according to I will answer the first question first. So it is actually done by, we designed for Socal. We allow them to put text on the under the task, I would say. So it is given by the problem solver, by I will say by the app, based on the text that's the incentive to do this kind of thing. So, and also we will allow the task poster to give some kind of the reward, like cash, like co-authorship, things like that, or the cooperation between labs even. So this kind of incentive would be our key to our product.
Okay.
Yes. You mentioned about the product feature like centralized database. As you know, centralization is very hard because different people, they have different opinions. How would you be able to actually standardize, to set up a standard that everyone else won't adopt? How can you?
Community, they actually agreed to put it all in the same standard, but that is a good question if we have more and more people to put the list of the materials in, but we'll try to figure out now in the future. But for now, I guess it's more like the professors are willing to make contribution to the community, and so that they agreed on what we asked them for.
Yeah, so I think the AI-assisted grant writing part is very, very interesting. Do you already have some user story, or because actually for this, right, SBI, RST, now all these different kind of specific grants, they all have different requirements.
Yes.
So how can you standardize this? And you already, right now because at super early stage.
Yes.
You already talked to some people, have some thought about that, or what's your plan?
Yeah, so our information is basically from the professor around us, and actually for the most of the grant are coming from NIH, which because we are in a kind of medical part, and but the solution to different grants, we want to solve it by, so if you this is not the final version, but we are allowed to put the we will have a bar that you choose from which organization. Once you choose it, so behind this, we will have some algorithm to fine tune to the format you choose, and then it is not hard to realize it.
You already started to help some of the students or some professors to get this grant? Or I mean, a successful user story is very important to show people if it works.
Yes. Okay. So for now, we only used once because we haven't make the product to the users. We only have a trial on our own end because my co-founder is still in the lab and she tried once with her professor, and her professor find it very useful and fascinating, I would say. So that's why we think it will work, and in the future.
I'm not a panelist. I'm Jason Wang, I'm the Director of Research in Intelligent Compliance at California State University, Long Beach. So our annual grant expenditure is over 60 million. I'm responsible to review all the grant contracts. This is very exciting, very useful. I do see the great potential, but I'll give you some suggestions. Because grant management is one of the key principles. You have to enforce a lot of law. We call it the code of federal regulations,
that's right.
including, you talk about the potential, the IP issue. We talk a lot about ChatGPT, right? Research compliance, who own the data, who own this, that's very important. Second thing about confidentiality issue. And then, especially when we talk about grant, we talk about, student private data, and then if the grant is relevant to the healthcare, the HIPAA regulation, FERPA regulation, you have to consider all the areas. Talk about entrepreneurship, right? Law enforcement is very, very key in the United States. That's my statement for the
Yeah, I do have an answer for that because we already learned this law and the ChatGPT stuff from our previous professors. So actually we also see the letters from NIH that they say you cannot use the AI to write the grants. But actually, so the thing we are trying to do is we will we'll prepare the outline for the professors that we just solve the formatting, we just solve the different grant rules, this kind of detailed thing. So the scientific part will still be written by professors to go beyond the regulation we are not going to provide the scientific part as a writing because it is not allowed. And
So to finish the point, it would be very helpful if you have an IP or certain level of the lawyer, the expertise in this area, big plus.
Thanks for that
I
advice.
think to this point, you have to have an advisor to help you to do this.
Thanks for all the questions, and let's move on to the next startup, ResuFeeder, an AI-powered query compiler. Let's welcome Li Chen to the stage.
Hello everyone, this is Bingchen Ji. So I'm here with Brecker and our first launched product called ResuFeeder. So first question here, who here cares about query development? Please raise your hand. I see someone or someone not paying attention. All right, so here let me present you the first problem. So especially for entry-level job applicants, so they face a problem like either using a generic resume to apply for specific job postings, and also they have a matching of the information that will decrease their response rate for getting an interview. Because there's no match, and your resumes get filtered out by the ATS, which is the applicant tracking system. 95% of the resume was never read by a human being. And so how to solve this problem? So on myself, I did an experiment. So for the same applicant, which was me, and on the same job application platforms, so they have the same mechanism for processing the resumes. And I spent 40 hours each on application. First one was just a big number strategy. So I used 3 generic resumes, applied for 200 job applications, and I got 2 interviews, which is 1% of response rate. Then I utilized the aim and fire strategy, which I tailored resumes for each of the 15 jobs, the job postings, and got 3 interviews, which turns out to be 20% of response rate. So you see, there's a great bump of the response rate if we employ this aim and fire strategy or the tailored resume strategy. So, given this, we have the constraint of time. And is there a better solution? So right now with say the generative AI, we all know we can tailor resumes with some AI tools or with ChatGPT. So here, there's been more than just using, say, the resume builders or products. We have a hierarchy of refined resume solutions. The top one will be consulting, which is consult an industry expert, which takes a lot of effort and time to find the proper one that can really advise you. And the general cost will be over $200 per hour. And this also because of the friction cost for finding them. And then the middle tier would be like service. So they are typically like school career centers. And the cost in general, like the economic cost for this would be like $100 to $200 a week. And then the final, the cheapest one, or the most generally available one would be the product, like resume builders, which we knew before. And it costs from $1 to $100 generally per month. But there's some problems. So why specifically ResFilter is a good fit, as a good product here? So ResFilter will be powered by our cutting-edge AI engines on scoring, optimization, also our latent experience mining system to deliver the best resume tailored experience. So we have a couple of core features, including our one-click resume tailoring, which is the most efficient way to prepare resumes for every job application. Remember, if you want to apply for jobs, you only have 40 hours to spend. You want to apply for as many jobs as you can. As many qualified submissions you want to submit as you can. And then second, our resume and experience scoring system. So this one major drawback for using ChatGPT. It gives you an answer which seems correct, but you never know if it's hallucinating, if it contains some false information, or how good it actually is. So if your resume contains an experience, so if you are it's not relevant to this job, so if you are applying for a software engineer job, and you have like something about like financial analyst, which is not super relevant, this is a waste of space and time and attention on your resume. So here, our resume filter will handle this. And also, we have our profile optimization tailoring system. So we tailor resumes to match the ideal candidate profile that is depicted by this job description. So this is the whole purpose of the job description, is to create such an ideal candidate profile. So we process your resumes in the same space as this ideal candidate profile, and we match them. And also, we're making your wordings professional and stand up through our unique wording optimizer. And lastly, it's about latent experience mining system. So some people, like a human resume coach, our latent experience mining AI will help you to recall some of the best suited experiences from your brain or from your memory to fill up your resume. So sometimes if your, say, not all of your experiences on your resume is best match for this job. You had some like excellent experience before, but they were in your head, but not on this resume. So we employ this tactic to help you to recall them and to put them to on the resume you're paying for. So here will be a demo. Can just go to resumefitter.ai. So here will be our landing page. So if we just make an email, we can go to resumefitter.ai. There's some connection problem there. Never mind. Yeah. So here will be our demo. So first we just upload the resume, which is very simple workflow, and then after you uploaded your PDF resume, and here pops up the page for reviewing your resumes, whether the information is parsed correctly, and then you upload a job description, which you can find on like Indeed or any of the job boards, and then copy paste and then submit. Then it goes to the scoring and the tailoring page of the resume. So here you can see this is the overall score of your resume, which is 69, which is okay. And see there's some missing information, like context is missing. So there's no phone numbers or email provided on this resume. And we have our separate scoring for every single experience. So how good is this experience on this particular job application? So this is better help you to better understand and better prioritize and manage your experiences. And here give you some recommendations and suggestions on how to modify or how to tailor resumes. And if you hit accept, this will pop up to the left. And after you satisfy this, you can hit reevaluate to see if any scoring changes or if still need some more time to reevaluate. And after you're all satisfied, you can just hit confirm. Let's go to our next page. So here will be a preview for our download page. So right now here, we're charging $10 for resume download. And specifically for our valued partner with LEAP12.0 today. So we gave our limited 500 coupons redemptions, which is $9.99 each. So you can get your resumes tailored now. Yeah, so if you go to this URL or scan this QR code, so you can actually try it for free. And this offer is only valid for 1 month. So for people who are looking for a job, or whether like your mentees or your cousins or your colleagues or whoever is looking for a job, spread the word. Let them know. Like join the LEAP activities, join the LEAP events, and get the resume filter, get your resume filter, get your resumes tailored now for free. Yeah. So thank you all for listening to this. And also, we're also looking for a co-founder, which will be responsible for marketing, sales, and operations. So some like strong recruiting or HR background would be highly preferred. Thank you.
Thanks, Vincent, for this presentation. Although I didn't hear most of it, let's go to the question section.
Yeah, I just have a quick initial question. So I saw you're an LLC.
Yep.
So why an LLC as a startup?
Oh, so that's more for simplicity, because right now we wasn't raising money yet.
So you will set up a C Corp later?
That's definitely for raising capitals. But right now we're more focused on product development, focused on our growth of the traction. So we were self-funded up to this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any questions from Jasmine? Our female pioneer.
So I do have a question. So can you define what you mean by tailored? So do you already have a database there? So it's just, can pull up some language for a certain kind of the job? Or do you just purely just do simple paraphrase? So what do you mean by tailored? Because I was trying to see how can you help those resumes to be better, but I just didn't find the secret sauce.
Okay. Let me go back to this page. So like tailored. So what editing or tailoring resume really means is meaning you have your ideal job candidate profile, right? They have certain highlights of qualifications, have certain skills, they have certain experiences in certain way, and have some education, right? And for what you can change is like to reorganize the formatting of the information, and also getting all the information from job searching candidates or from the user. So what they really expect as a whole human being, and then put down their perspective that's fitting or is projected towards this particular job that's showing this fit. So this is what tailoring really means. So what tailoring means here, in our product, is more about how do you change, say, the description of your experiences, showing that you have certain qualification, right? Say, for example, people will be writing resumes, typically resume coach help you write them in a STAR principle, follow a STAR principle, situation, task, action, result, right? Not all the people do this all the time. And also for the skills. So for the skills section, here are the example. So these are the skills that's especially listed out in the skills section on the resume. And there are more skills on this job posting required. So how to fill this gap? So actually, there are more skills latent or hidden in the experience descriptions. So we find the skills, and especially the list them out on the left side of the skills section. So if they click add, they'll be added to the skills. So if there's time, I'll just do the demo on this one. So because later.
In 1 minute.
Yep, 1 minute. Exactly 1 minute. So I'll show you how the coupon works. So I'll just put my name here.
10 seconds left.
Sign up for this. Submitting. So here is the coupon code. If you click this and then upload resume. Oh, I'm sorry, there's no resume stored on this. All right, I'll pause here. Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, so talk about the experiences or the skills. Yeah, so the highlights. Well, tailoring experiences, tailoring resumes is also about matching these keywords that the ATS or the software are searching for. So this will be helping the candidates to pass the initial machine screening, and also the formatting and the reorganization of the information will help the candidates to better pass the human checkings or the HR checkings. So this, in general, both optimized for machine reading and human reading will give them a better chance of getting an interview. Okay.
Well, you mentioned very early on you did an A/B test, basically an A/B test, right?
Oh yeah.
So the B test is using your manually treated resume or your AI treated resume.
So that was prior to the development of this.
Now that you have this tool, have
Yes.
you done an ABC test where you would add a new category of your AI generated test and find whether you can get more rate than 20%?
Yes, not about 20%, over 200%.
No. You had a success of 10%.
Success of 10. Yes.
Have you tried this to see if you can get more better than 20?
It's not necessarily better than 20. It's more not about the success chance, but it's more about given the same time, how many more interviews you can get, given the time expenditure.
So it doesn't necessarily make better tailoring. It's a tool to accelerate the process, aided by AI. It's almost like brute force a way to jump on it, basically.
So think of it this way. So when you get resumes tailored by a human career coach, right, or a resume coach, you spend like at least $60 per hour, and to schedule like one-on-one with them and spend an hour, and typically it takes a week to schedule it, right, in advance, and you get a response after a week. That's the time and money and investments you get for one resume, right? And this does a similar job for you. So our performance, I would say, is on par with a human resume coach or writer.
Any question from Jane?
Yeah, the last question, who's to define bad tailoring versus good tailoring?
Ultimately, it comes to how many interviews you get, right? If you get interviews, no matter what approach you take, you got an interview, right?
So you did proof it like yourself or your friends already?
You still need to worry about the denominator, not the numerator.
Yeah, that's true.
Interviews per hour.
Like how many interviews you get per week or per month on job searching, right? That's the denominator. That's what you care.
Thank you for all the questions, and let's move on to our last summary reality.
The endless scrolling, the increasing screen time, and constant comparisons brings them more burnout. And finally, it is biased because now social media is mostly dominated by images and videos, which means that if something happened and if it's not recorded, then it's like it never happened before. I'm sorry for the format because it was really in the PowerPoint, but this I think is the PDF right now, so I think there are some conflicts. Yeah. So, however, in the past few decades, people have tried a lot to balance the side effects from the social media. So we have community forums like Reddit. We have online service, counseling service like BetterHelp. And we also have emotion sharing apps like Blue Fever, which encourage users to share their feelings freely. However, there are still a few problems remain. First is users can easily get confused about which section they post to on the forums. Should I post to the student section? Should I post to the family section or relationship sections? Or should I post 3 stories to 3 different communities? Because all those communities on the forums are independent to each other and isolated. Also, if I want to read a story, I have to search for the topics on the forums first, instead of some passive feeds like TikTok. And second, for the online counseling service, it is still really expensive, about average $300 for an hour. And finally, for the emotion sharing apps like Blue Fever, because there are less regulations on the contents, users can easily just post something like, I'm so tired, I'm so depressed. So as a reader, you can easily get confused because there are not much context provided. So let us introduce the Soma here. So Soma is like the TikTok, but for text-based personal stories and actionable insights. So we focus more on everyday stories, real stories, instead of some creativity works. So you can imagine example that you are freshman students and just moving with another roommate, but you find out that your roommate sometimes would eat your ice cream in their shared refrigerator. So you're really upset of that, and you want to share with others. You can definitely choose to post it on TikTok, but you have to face the potential judgments from others, commenting on your look or voice or accent. You may also need to face the risk of exposing your real identity and location because you have to talk to the camera. You have to show your face to complete strangers. So now you have an alternative solution. You can just choose to write it down and post on Soma and share with others. So moreover, we have a few interesting features to differentiate us with other platforms. So first, we have the Soma score. It is kind of like the financial credit score system, but we use it to keep track of users' behavior on Soma, and they can unlock different features according to their level of score. Second, we have this kind of invisibility cloak feature. It is inspired from Harry Potter, that every time a user posts a story, we will ask them if they want to put the cloak onto their story so that other users will not be able to see your username or access your personal profile through this story. So it's more like a one-way mirror. You can see other people's reaction, but other people won't know the author of the story. And finally, we divide the solution into two subsections. One is called moments, one is called growth. So in the past 4 years, we have interviewed with hundreds of college students, and we realized that whenever they are in the feeling, when they are like depressed or really stressed out, they don't care all kinds of solutions or suggestions. They just want to see some similar or even worse experience from others. So that's time they check the moments. Moments means the stories at the moment. But after they are prepared for their feelings, after they are ready for solutions, that's the time they check the growth part. So the growth part are personal solutions, self-reflections, or future plans after the story happened. So it's more like now and after. So here are a few screenshots for our mobile app. On the left side is the screenshot for the low Soma score users. Because we do not have enough record, or we've proven that they have some bad behaviors on this app, so they cannot directly type to react to other people's solution, but they can still use this quick reply button with preset comments like, I feel you, you got this, it's not your fault, everything's gonna be okay. And in the main page, this is our, it's more like a TikTok. You can do the vertical scroll to switch between different stories, but you can also do the horizontal scroll to read the rest of the stories. It's like the Kindle to switch the pages. And we have 4 major business models. The first is the subscription. You need to be subscribed to unlock features like invisibility cloak. And second, we do advertisement. We will help to create written text stories, which means that form is going to be as native as other contents on the platform. And third, we can expect that there will be a lot of popular writers, either because of their excellent writing skills or because their interesting occupations. For example, they are a detective or a firefighter. And so after they are verified, they will be allowed to post some chargeable stories. And we will take about 20% of commission from those stories. And finally, we will have a service called personalized autobiography, that you can spend $50 to $80 to your favorite writers and have an hour phone call with them so that they will ask a series of in-depth questions. It's more like they give you a personalized interview, and at the end of the service, they will give you a story based on your personal experience, but it's written by your favorite writers. And you can choose to post it on the platform if you would like to. And here is our market size. So we are not just at the intersection of the 3, we are the combination of the 3. So first, we will include the stories from the community forums so far. And secondly, journaling has already been proven as one of the most effective treatment for mental illness. And lastly, we are also a social media, but users can easily resonate with others because of their similar experience. So we focus more on a raw, unfiltered experience on our platform. And finally, that's for our team. My name is Jeffrey. I am the founder. I am also pursuing the master's degree in data science at USC, and I focus much more on the machine learning and sentiment analysis. Also, we have our advisor, Jason. He was the engineering manager at Google, and he is now the co-founder and president at Pabla. They have already published over almost 100 mobile apps in the past few decades. So he really provides us a lot of valuable insights to help us grow really fast. And we have 2 more designers and 5 software engineers working on the team. So we just started recently. We started in August, but in 1 month, we already have about 140 users on the waitlist. And we are expecting to launch this December. So for our vision, we decide to launched two kinds of generative AI according to our unique data format. So first, AI is for story generation. It is used to listen, communicate, and ask in-depth questions to help users generate a complete, precise, but interesting story. And second is for tailored solutions. So instead of searching for questions, we expect users to just write down stories like their personal situations, and we will give them some localized, personalized solutions. So for example, I am a freshman student at Caltech, but I'm really stressed about the current job market and midterm. So our AI will give him solutions like, okay, here's the milk tea restaurant or near you, you can give it a try, or which park you can go to, or there's an on-campus event called LEAP you can go to find more opportunities. So we want to focus more on the localized solutions because we have so many stories from our platform. So eventually we want to become this go-to destination. If users want to this personalized solution, they won't Google the question, they will come to us and find more this kind of localized solution. And yeah, we are opening our pre-seed round for our first $500,000, and you guys are definitely welcome to join our remarkable journey. And that'll be all for my pitch today. Thank you.
It's such a good app. And any questions from our judges or audience?
Good try. So anonymous social network. There were quite a few about 10 years ago. They all folded.
Yeah.
Particularly because of negative comments, negative content.
Right.
Not just comments, negative initial content. How do you suppress that, and how do you foster positive ones? I presume that's what they do.
So first, we have the SOMA score, so it is definitely useful because when we do not have enough records of you, you probably need to spend 5 to 7 days on this app to accumulate your data before you can get a threshold of SOMA score to freely comment on other people's story. And if your comments got reported and after verified, it's really negative comments, your SOMA score will drop. Instead of like your accounts will immediately ban, that people will just start another secondary account and still posting some negative comments. So that for every new comment, probably still need a few days to unlock those features. But I think that's maybe a little bit hard for new users, but at least for existing users, that can provide you a sense of security so that you can post on your personal stories. Especially you can use the invisibility cloak feature to hide your username.
Yeah, my question actually is more about, can you help me understand how can this contribute to mental health? Is it data behind this, or is there any successful user story behind this?
Yeah.
So why people need to post? Why people need to see other people's posts in order to contribute?
Yeah, so because we have interviewed a lot of students before, and according to their testimony, that the moment I start to tell the story is the moment I start to recover. Because actually no one cares about their personal stories before. For example, I just got yelled by a bad customer at my part-time job. If in most cases, I would just go to my parents and family first, right? The parents will say, like, it's probably your fault. You did not treat the customer good. It's just reality. Like, we interviewed hundreds of persons, and that's really common. And sorry.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand because this is a platform, right?
Right.
So you have people to generate content. But there should be people who, look at those stories and read those stories.
Right.
So how can you engage this group of people?
So you mean like how we can encourage more people to read the stories?
Or people wanting to download this?
It's a classic chicken neck.
Yeah. So I think maybe it would be better to provide some background. So for example, Reddit have this kind of community called Confession. It's more like a confession room, but there are already about 7 million users. So people actually curious about other people's stories. It's more like I am exchanging my secret to other people's secret. So especially for more male users, they don't want to talk to each other. They would choose to suppress their feelings. So those are the people who are more willing to read stories and maybe even post some comments. But for the female users, they are more likely to post a story because that's the localized story. Like in a TikTok, you probably need to show that you are rich, you're beautiful or something, but on this platform, you don't have to. Just some stories like, my roommate just eat my ice cream. I just got yelled by my customer. So that's how we differentiate from other platforms, because you cannot post images on it. Other people cannot see how rich you are or how beautiful you are. That's the way you build connection with others. I hope that explained to you.
Is there a size limit?
I'm sorry?
Is there a size limit on the post?
Size on the post?
How many words?
So we encourage user to post from 1,000 characters to 2,000 characters, because we will have about 5 questions as a template to help them write a complete stories about so when this happened, who got involved in this, and how that impact your life or relationship, and what you want to do about for the future. So that's more like a secondary help. The most important thing is we will not do the user acquisition. We will also do the story acquisition. That's the major way, because other users will try to mimic the existing stories on the platform. And if we have more excellent stories, other users will just try to mimic those existing stories and write a complete story. Yeah, sure.
Just some experience sharing. When we were doing our consumer apps, we make the onboarding processes, one, cumbersome, difficult, or if you don't allow the users to access all of the feature within 2 hours, 92% don't have the time.
So that means that we will activate another invitation mechanism. That's, for example, but we really want to keep all the existing users deeply love this mobile app so far, because they are sharing their personal stories, and I think this kind of sense of security is pretty rare and hard to get at this time, and we really value this much important than immediately get so many number of users, because that will just have So what's the difference from us and other platforms?
And I'll give the stage to Baba to kick off a new LEAP program.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you all for attending today's event. It's my honor to announce we will need to launch a new program called LEAP Accelerate Network. Our mission is to provide a robust support system for startups. Our future events including hackathons, bootcamps, and salons for helping the startups to get better resourceful resource and help to grow. So why we do this, or why startups can choose us or trust us? Firstly, we have run successful mentorship for more than 10 years. We have successful investor entrepreneur connections, and we also have mentors from a lot of esteemed companies. We also have trusted partners. This all can help our startups to get better mentorship or help to growth. One our coming event is a bootcamp. It's a 4 to 6 weeks bootcamp from February to April 2024. The first sign-ups will start from December 2023. If you are interested in this program or interested in LEAP, you can scan this QR code to get more information and new opportunities from this. Thank you. Do you have anything to add?
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you all for attending today's event. Have a nice day.
guess we just find a closing. Yeah, just time really flies, and for those of you who stayed in this late, really appreciate your patience and your support. And so I guess it's worth all of us, we have like give your own a round of applause. It's really like a startup. So you have a plan, and then it doesn't work like as planned, right? So then you have to do an adjustment, but then you have to keep doing and getting better and better. And most importantly, you're able to actually get as someone who share the same visions and share the same the persistence of things together. And the point there is you really want to solve a problem. The problem is world facing, and the problem is all of us, we are trying to suffering, but at the same time want to make it better, not only for ourselves, but also for other people as well. So this will conclude our LEAP12.0 Edu conference. I hope that it's not just the end for this whole thing, and we have made a lot of new friends. Actually, we have a lot of new discussions, and including 2 new programs we launched, and then also you can see Bingchen in particular gave us a big discount in terms of revenue figure, and so we have a lot of other things down the road. So I hope we can still stay in touch, and you can always come to visit us, and we can do a lot of things together in the future. Okay, thank you everyone.